Odyssey station.
Check out the BetQL network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Ground ball towards short. Flip to second. Fletcher's turn. Double play ends the game. A very, very frustrating series against the Braves. The Astros drop all three to Atlanta as the Braves win it 6-1 on Monday, 6-2 last night, and today coming from behind down 2 in the 8th and then scoring a run in the 10th to win it 5-4.
Yeah, this is bad, man. Welcome in, everybody. Happy Thursday to all of you. It feels a little disingenuous each and every day after these Astro games coming in and saying, happy whatever day it is, happy Tuesday, happy Thursday, whatever it is, because this team is bad at baseball right now, man.
They're really bad.
They're bad at baseball.
Boy, Jose Abreu. Oh. Man, it's one thing to not produce anything at the plate. It's quite another to be isn't it perfect that Ryan Presley can't pitch as Jose Abreu can't field?
Yeah, man.
Nor hit. Like, it was everything right there in the 8th inning when Abreu couldn't field, like a kind of awkward ball, but couldn't even stop it. And,
brutal.
What a brutal series,
brutal.
Man.
They had finally welcome in, everybody, by the way. Good morning. Sean Pendergast.
Yeah, happy Thursday.
Yeah.
Sean's trying to ruin everything for you.
Welcome in. Not my fault,
Here's
man.
your daily affirmations.
I'm not the one who gave Jose Abreu 3 years, $57 million. It ain't me. It looked like finally, like maybe a bit of a breakthrough yesterday, because the big issue with this series with the Braves, which ended in a sweep, had been the ability to hit with runners in scoring position, as it's been in many, many games this year. Mm-hmm. And finally, a little shuffle in the lineup by Joe Espada ended up working out. Alex Bregman gets a big hit to give them the lead, and then Kyle Tucker gets a double to tack on an insurance run, and then they hand the ball to Ryan Presley. Things were working out. Montero comes in and does his thing in the 6th. Brian Abreu comes in and does his thing in the 7th. And then you're going to hand the ball to Ryan Presley and Josh Hader, just like you drew it up on the chalkboard. And Hader was good. Unfortunately, by the time he got in, Presley had given up 2 runs to tie the game at 4. And then they lose 5-4 in extra innings yesterday. They're now 1-10 in extra innings over the last 2 seasons. They were 1-8 in extra innings last year, and they're 0-2 thus far this year in extra innings. This new extra inning rule is not treating. Well, it's new. It's like 4 years old now. Not treating the Astros all that well.
I was going to go 1 positive, 1 negative for Espada.
Okay.
Positive was the lineup change. It's the first time he's done anything at the top of the order.
Yeah.
And so far, so good for Bregman.
Yep.
Bregman, who'd been miserable with runners in scoring position, as he's named to that dutiful role of trying to drive those dudes in. Mm-hmm. He was just abysmal with runners in scoring position. The rest of the team has been as well, but he did look a lot more like himself now.
Yep.
Split
Small
up
sample
Jordan
size,
and Kyle
but yeah.
Tucker looks still like I feel like Tucker's been playing angry ever since Jordan got beamed a few games ago, and I'm all for Tucker's made some vicious plays in the field since then too. A couple sliding catches. So I don't know why I guess I'm filibustering, trying to stay away from Espada, who I'm still disgusted with over his comments after the game.
So let's get to that. Let's get to that, because the Astros are off today. There's nothing to preview or anything like that. Like, we're doing the autopsy on what has been just a horrific, horrific season so far. They're 6-14 on the season. The Astros have never made the playoffs in a conventional year, in a year where they've been sub 500 through 20 games. Last time they were sub 500 through 20 games, I saw Sean Bajani tweet this, was 1981. In a year where they made the playoffs. They were 8-12. That was the split season. That was the strike. So the first half of the season didn't even matter. They won the second half of the season. So This is bad. There's they're starting to get into territory where there's no precedent for prior Astro teams having a good season. You know what I mean?
Sean, this is it's a bunch of mumbo jumbo you're spewing, and here's why.
Yeah.
Because if internet commenters are to be believed, You, me, everybody wasn't even aware that the Astros existed before 2015.
Oh, that's true.
So I don't need these historical. I don't need these made-up facts. Clouding what I know to be the true Astros, which is 2015 onward.
That's fair
where
enough.
They've overcome some pretty damning odds.
Fair enough. I feel like I'm opening up one of those gigantic fable books and blowing dust off of it. And these are, that's right. Yeah, no. That's Cesar Cedeno is a fictional character. He's not an actual Houston Astro. Yeah.
Trust me, child. I'm older than you.
Right.
Yeah, that's what you're doing, you creep.
Yep.
Yeah, take your white van and get the hell out of my neighborhood.
Okay.
With your stats. Hey, kids, want to see some baseball stats?
All right. So Joe Espada, worst creeper ever. Yeah. Where's the ice cream, huh? This guy's offering candy over here. What the hell?
You guys want to play some electronic football?
That's right.
I got some in the back.
So Joe Espada, who I have kind of given a pass to so far this year because the pitching staff is decimated with injuries. Guy's in his first 3 weeks on the job. Like it's not like he's coming in with 4 prior stops in managerial roles elsewhere. But I had my first, go bleep this guy moment yesterday after the game in the press conference, because we know that Jeff Bagwell, Astro legend, who Jose Abreu is doing more and more damage to Bagwell's legendary status by the day, because we know Bagwell was a big influence on Jose Abreu being on this team. Bagwell's big thing is look at the back of the baseball card as to why Jose Abreu is still in the lineup, is even still on this team. I mean, we're getting into that kind of territory. Man, not you, Joe Espada. This was after the game last night.
Are there things you're seeing, maybe not in game or in game with Abreu, that gives you confidence that he can pull out of this offensively?
History, the back of his baseball card. He can do it.
Okay, so if you couldn't hear the question, it's basically like, why do you think Jose Abreu can pull out of this thing? And Joe Espada used the Jeff Bagwell answer. And let me just tell you something right now. Like Joe Espada and Jeff Bagwell and anybody else who wants to use this back of the baseball card thing, stop. I'm being serious. Stop doing it. It's freaking insulting. It's insulting to the intelligence of your fan base. It's insulting to the intelligence of people that follow this team. It's insulting to the intelligence of the other guys on this team that aren't batting .078. Quite honestly. And I know they're all being good soldiers and saying how much they like Jose Abreu and he's a good teammate and all this stuff. They're not dumb. He is washed. He's not good. And to your point, Seth, it's happening in the batter's box and it's happening at first base. He is losing games for you. The back of the baseball card, last I checked, includes 2023, a full season of this garbage that we've seen so far these first 20 games of the season.
There's either that or, because I would include in that, Sean, it insults your own intelligence whenever you say it, if you're a spot or whomever else. Because of that, right, okay, look at the back of the baseball card. You're talking about his stats over the years. Like, yeah, you were here last year too, Espada.
Right.
You're not new to this. You saw last year. It was a bad enough saying last year, but when you didn't have the 2023 stats in totality, but it's way worse this year. I look at, don't believe all this analytical mumbo jumbo. Just look at the stats. Like, that's what we're doing. In what world do we exist where our baseball decision makers are so dumb that they don't even understand the conventional stats? It drives me insane, Sean.
Yeah.
It drives me absolutely insane. Are we going to ignore his age on the back of the
that's on the baseball card.
Yeah, his age is on the baseball card. I'll look at that.
Oh, my God.
Sean, did you see I found it's equivalent. I found the cover of that old Sports Illustrated.
I saw. I retweeted
it said the power of Jose Abreu.
I retweeted
and if I'm going to be using archaic sports mediums,
yes,
like baseball cards, Sports Illustrated is the most thriving, successful sports publication in all the land.
Oh my God!
And it's got Jose Abreu on the cover. So I feel like I don't know what could go wrong with it. We've got a long history of Sports Illustrated covers helping this team out. It's predicted the 2017 World Series.
Dude, think about that. There was a book written about this team, about the space age analytics that they used to pull this team out of the muck and make it the gold standard for analytics and how to run a baseball team, independent of maybe a little bit of sign stealing. But they wrote a book about the analytics of this baseball team, and now the people running it are like, "Ooh, look at the baseball card."
Hey, I'm going to tell you another thing. Sean. I'm going to tell you another thing, doofus. As I'm talking to you, the voice you're doing. Listen, doofus.
Why's the Abreu in there? Well, I'll tell you why. Look here.
You know, honestly, when Bagwell's doing the games, I try to just enjoy it for what it is and not think about the front office stuff or anything. Like, okay, here's an ex-Astros great, and he's just telling me about baseball, teaching me the finer aspects of playing first base. I wish Abreu could listen in via Bluetooth while he's playing. Hey, Baggy. We're not going to interview Abreu. You're just going to give him tips on the finer aspects of playing first base.
While we're doing the game.
But, no, the one thing that honestly bothered me this weekend was that Todd Callis brought up ex-WOBA or ex-WOBACon. It's expected weighted on-base average, right? Or expected weighted on-base average on contact. Right? Well, right? Okay. Obviously the old shtick is, hey, old-school baseball dude isn't going to know that or what have you. But you're part of a front office that claims that the old school guys respect and understand the value of analytics.
Yeah.
I really don't like Bagwell either openly saying or maybe pretending to not even really have a clue what ex-WOBA is. Like, I'm cool if you don't. I'm cool if you got certain disagreements with ways analytics are used, but you got to at least make an attempt to understand the analytics first.
Best case, he's mocking it.
Right. Yeah, best case, right.
Best case, he's mocking it and knows what it is. You know,
but to act or maybe actually show that you really don't even have an awareness of what it is. Like, if you don't actually have an awareness of what it is, I don't understand how. It's not like the stats dudes don't try to understand normal actual baseball.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Likewise, the actual baseball dudes, if they're in an organization that supposedly values the analytics, at the very least know what you're talking about when you're trying to discredit them.
I remember that exact instance in that game. God, I wish we had the audio of it because I could hear 15 seconds in to Callis talking about it, and he's bringing up ex-WOBA and talking about what it is. I'm like, this is not going to go well with Jeff Bagwell in the booth. And sure enough, it went exactly how you described it. I'm like, yep. This is what it sounds like listening to my sons explain TikTok to my dad. You know, like that's what this is. Like, just all right, it's TikTok, okay.
But this is the thing. If you look at what made the Astros great, one of those things was, say, Brent Strom.
Yeah,
an old school coach, but who was extremely open to all the new technology and new ways to think about baseball.
Yep.
That's the perfect blend. Luno was that same way, or Hinch was that same way. Baseball player. Old school baseball guy, but with a very good understanding and appreciation for the analytical side. Now, instead, you're kicking it back to 2002 almost.
Yep.
Where you got the tobacco chewing scout versus the new age dude, and it's just a bunch of stupidity.
Yep.
That's what it feels like. We're back to just clubbing people over the heads, with sticks.
Caveman baseball, man.
Yeah.
Caveman baseball. All right. Off and running on a Thursday. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. Mark Schlereth. Three-time Super Bowl winner. We know Mark Schlereth, radio in Denver, former offensive lineman. He's on the Utopia podcast, drops today. We got some of the audio from that. Who bears the brunt of holding Stephon Diggs accountable? And, boy, he's got some good things to say about a Houston Texan that a lot of guys have had good things to say about. He's got a message for Seth Payne, too. We'll get to that coming up next.
Yeah, I've heard about what this message is, and I got to tell you what, I don't cotton to it. I tell you what, I don't like it one bit. I'll tell you what, you guys are going to love Bayway.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Good to be with you, Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Sorry, Seth and I were analyzing last night's episode of Survivor. Do we talk about it, Seth, or do we give the people a chance to watch it, or do we say spoiler?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know these days when so many people watch things on delay. Yeah. I would say we don't really talk much about it. Other than that, you and I we're just amazed that we never watched this show before.
Yeah.
It's so, and then it's super interesting. Don't worry, everybody. We're not getting in deep on the episode itself. Just the fact that, it's all artificial, and there's nobody's got any solid platform to stand on morally or from trustworthiness or anything. But it is amazing how still somehow you jockey for position, with no physical violence or anything.
Yeah.
There's just people maneuver and people form alliances and then bust them up, and that somehow people just keep trusting each other. It's a microcosm of how weird human society is.
Yeah.
Or
junior high. It's what it feels like.
Junior high, I feel like there's more physical intimidation.
That's
involved.
true. That's true.
If it all comes back to physical intimidation at one point, it's easier to understand. You're like, oh, okay. Ultimately, at the end of the day, there's some sense that if I go too far, the government's going to come down on me. That makes it real.
This is not that. They're their own government.
No, not at all. There's no repercussions in this.
Nope. Mark Schlereth was on, will be. It'll drop today, the Utopia Football Podcast, my football podcast. You can find it on the Odyssey app. That'll drop later this morning, but we got some cuts from
YouTube
it here.
YouTube also, right?
What's
that?
Got
YouTube. You're on YouTube.
And
too.
YouTube as well. Yep,
yeah.
For sure. Schlereth, three-time Super Bowl champ, former offensive lineman, does morning radio in Denver, and we played some of his audio from his podcast, The Stinkin' Truth, a week or two ago, right after the Diggs trade. Literally, he did his podcast moments after Stephon Diggs was traded to the Texans. He was among the voices not in favor of the trade. He's very concerned about the gravitational pull, he calls it, that Diggs could have on some of the players in the locker room, the negative gravitational pull. So I asked him, okay, well, if Stephon Diggs is a personality that's teetering one way or the other, good or bad, who bears the brunt of holding Diggs accountable in that locker room?
I would say first and foremost, it's DeMeco Ryans. And DeMeco's, as you guys know in Houston, DeMeco is one of my favorite people well, you don't know this. He's one of my favorite people to meet with, but he is not a good coach, a great coach, and a great mentor. And ultimately, you have to hold Diggs accountable to a standard. And, players have to do that as well. C.J. Stroud has to do that. It becomes everybody's responsibility to a degree to do that. But ultimately, it lies in the head coach. And if you let him pass by whatever standard you have set, then again, you have set a new standard, and you can't allow that to happen.
Takes a village to raise a Stephon Diggs is what I'm hearing there, Seth.
And you can't, you've got to have certain standards. I think just like it would be in a primitive society or on Survivor, what you do when somebody doesn't meet the standards, you ostracize them.
Yeah.
Which means that Stephon Diggs doesn't just get released from the team.
It's voted off the island.
You send him off to Siberia or something. In a hut in Siberia.
They're gonna have a tribal council once a week in the Texans locker room. Yeah.
I think that all of Mark Schlereth's concerns are very understandable. Mm-hmm. I would just say that as much as people are going on Stephon Diggs' personal history and raising red flags, you also got to lean on his personal history in that in Buffalo, it was nothing but rainbows and sunshine. In Buffalo, of all places.
Yes.
For basically 2 years. It really wasn't – there were no chinks in the armor until the end, the playoffs in his third year. Mm-hmm. He was very much part of the – growth and development of a young quarterback. They were in lockstep with each other and with management, and it was really, really good. So, yes, I understand red flags based on prior history, but I also understand positive results from prior history, too. And this is only a one-year scenario for the Texans. I mean, it's a whole other question. The fact that the Texans lopped off those 3 years of the deal, that does raise into question just the value of the trade and everything. But if what we're talking about is, oh no, Stephon Diggs is going to be a mess, and that's part of your calculation, you got to factor that in. the 1-year deal part is big. It's a very short time horizon for Stephon Diggs to say, okay, I keep my head down, I keep my nose to the grindstone, I just put the best version of myself out there, and hopefully I get another contract next year.
Schlereth's initial reaction to this on his podcast was moments after the trade was made. Yeah. The restructuring of the deal happened several days later, and we actually did. We don't have the audio here, but we did talk about that. That was my follow-up. Schlereth loved the fact that they made it into a 1-year deal with him. He really did like that move by the Texans, that the Texans and Diggs, Diggs had to agree to it too, right, that they turned it into kind of a prove-it year for him. Danico Autry, for a free agent / offseason class, because I know Mixon and Diggs were technically trades, for a slew of offseason maneuvers that included Danielle Hunter and Joe Mixon and now Stephon Diggs, the one guy that seems to be getting as much, if not more praise than anybody is Danico Autry as far as signings go. And some of that may have to do with the value. He's half the price of Danielle Hunter, and has been very productive. Schlereth revealed an analytic that he came up with on his show and said that Danico Autry is among the leaders in this particular analytic.
I created my own analytic on my radio show, and I call it my BOO rating, BOO. And that's balls over opponent. It's the only analytic I give a crap about. And that dude's balls are bigger than your balls. He just absolutely thunder punches people. He hits people like on, when they do split flow stuff. So they're running like a zone run play to the right, and then the tight end comes across and tries to bust up the defensive end. Like tight ends tiptoe across the formation because they're like, this dude is going to come down and try to shorten my neck. And he destroys people at the point of attack. It like to the point where it's cringeworthy from like, rewind that.
Oh, shorten his neck. I like that. I like that in that context. So I think that is 100% true about Danico Autry. And what he's talking about there, when you guys all know, like whenever you see on split zone plays, the tight end is lined up like as off the ball on one side and he just comes across formation and he tries to kick out the defensive end on the other side. A lot of times those tight ends or guards, when they're pulling, it's not that they get a little bit cocky and they start thinking like, oh, I got a big head of steam here, I'm going to take out. It's a rude awakening for those little light-ass tight ends when they get blown up by somebody there. I also recommend the defensive ends go ahead and just take those dudes' knees out until they make it illegal. It's just like the offense didn't do it to you, you do it to them.
That's it.
And then they get indignant about it. Yeah. But yeah, like Danico Autry is that kind. He has appropriate lust for violence. Yeah. And that's what Danico wants. He wants a lust for violence but within reason. You got to be a good soldier. You can't be out there freelancing, crossing enemy lines at night and cutting dudes' hearts out like Tristan in Legends of the Fall.
Yes.
It was too far. It was too much. We don't need any Tristans, okay?
Mm-hmm. The sense I get from Schlereth is...
Does Schlereth have a Legends of the Fall meter?
I don't know.
But which characters he likes to compare to Legends of the Fall?
The boo meter, the balls over opponent. Yeah. I think Schlereth, if he were in baseball, definite back of the baseball card guy.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Right?
No, dude, no. Him and
this
Bagwell.
This guy leads the league in moxie.
Well, no,
and chutzpah.
You know what's really interesting about that? It'd be fun to have a conversation with Schlereth because his son was a pitcher who I don't think he's playing anymore. He's in the minors forever. He's just kind of just knocking at the door for a long, long time.
Yep.
So Schlereth knows baseball.
Yes.
He just doesn't get to talk about it at all because of the Rockies.
Yeah, exactly. I should have brought that up. The Astros are playing the Rockies in Mexico in the next week or two. So Danico Autry. We'll get to more Schlereth later in the show. He had some interesting things to say about the Texans running game, and Justin Simmons we'll get to a little bit later. But he had a message for Seth Payne at the end of the conversation that we had earlier this week. Yeah. Best of luck with everything, and we'll be talking down the road, I'm sure. I'll tell all your cronies here in Houston, because there's a line of people from 104.3 The Fan in Denver here in Houston, and I keep in touch with all of them. So I'll be sure to send along your regards.
You do that, man. I appreciate you. Take care, and tell Seth, don't make me come down to Houston and open a can of whoop ass on him.
Is that one of your advanced stats, Slur? Is that your COA?
COA.
Yeah. Is that your COA stat?
Yep.
I'll tell you what. I'll give you. You know what your ex-COA is? Expected can of whoop ass? -23. That's coming right back at you. You just boomeranged that COA, my friend. My ex-COA on Mark Schlereth is in the top 1 percentile.
Did you ever play?
That's the top quartile of the top quartile of the top quartile.
And the upper quartile of winners were in the top quartile of that upper quartile.
Thank you, Jim.
I would have, so the COA stat would be a small C and then large cap WOA.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yes.
It would be can of whoop ass.
Yes.
COWA. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. You played against Schlereth, right?
I did. I think the only time I played against was my rookie year.
Okay.
And I just dislocated my shoulder for the very first time
a week
or two before. And it was like he got the better of me that day, my friends. Mm-hmm. He got the better of me that day.
That's you don't need to apologize for that. Rookie year with a dislocated shoulder.
He knows the score. That's why he's talking smack by proxy. Yeah. You know? You can tell. Well, did he pass you a note? Yeah. Am I going to get a little Chinese throwing star-shaped note later? We're like, hey, Seth, COWA.
That's right. Slipped it into my hand. You go give this to Seth, all right?
No, you know what? I think that I want to talk to Schlereth about he was advising the Saints for a while.
Yeah, that's right.
And because he's got a relationship with Sean Payton. Mm-hmm. And I'm curious about what Schlereth's opinions about Trevor Penning were. The first-round pick that's turning into an extreme bust for the Saints.
Yeah.
Because I think that this is what I saw a weird thing happening with offensive linemen with Trevor Penning. You guys will all recall Trevor Penning was the small school offensive tackle who he got a reputation for being a badass because he did interviews like a sociopath. Like he would talk about his favorite movies before games or Saw and all this. But he also he would beat the crap out of people after the whistle. Like, he would routinely get his butt kicked during the play, but after the whistle, he would, like, drive the guy to the ground. And I would see all these, like, O-line nerds come out of the woodwork talking about, like, how hard-nosed this dude was. And I'm looking at him like, he's getting his ass kicked. Like, how is anybody not noticing that he's actually, like, literally getting destroyed? But because he jumps on the dude afterwards, people are like, oh, this guy's such a badass. And he was a really good athlete. He tested through the charts. But he went to I can't remember where he went. It was a smaller school.
Northern Iowa.
Northern Iowa. Yeah. He was like beating up on 220-pound defensive ends. Yeah. And then he got his ass kicked at the Senior Bowl, but got in a few fights. At one point, actually took a defensive end and threw him into the quarterback. And people were like, look at how tough this guy is.
Dude.
So anyway, I'm like, all right, well, there's no way an NFL team's going to be dumb enough to draft this guy in the first round. Lo and behold, the Saints were.
Well.
And I don't know. I got to talk to Schlereth about this.
Penning probably strikes me as a guy who might have a high boo rating. You know,
right, yeah.
Balls over opponent, you know.
Honestly, I was reading all this stuff from the Senior Bowl about like, oh my gosh, Trevor Penning is just killing these guys. And then every little bit, I went out and tried to find every little bit of film from the Senior Bowl, and he was just getting destroyed. Absolutely destroyed. Yep. It's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. With like all these anonymous quotes from offensive line people or offensive line gurus themselves gushing about this dude who is getting destroyed all the time. And this is what happens when you've got a bunch of ex-jocks running everything.
Yeah.
I'm sorry we've ruined it for everybody.
Yep. Yeah,
I'm sorry we've destroyed a lot of your first-round draft picks by us being a bunch of stupid meatheads running everything.
They've also destroyed our baseball team, the former players. Text message 3146. Losing that game yesterday, this is back to the Astros. Losing that game yesterday was Abreu's fault. He got hit in the chest by the grounder. His eyes were closed and he looked like he got shot. It's true. You and I texted each other like, what was he doing?
What even was that?
What is he doing? Because he didn't have to dive left or right. Like, he went to the ground on a ball hit straight to him.
Everybody's kind of like trying to, it had a top spin on it.
Nope.
It was a weird bounce.
Nope.
I don't.
Nope. It's just Abreu. Oh, my God. All right.
He's so lost.
So lost. That's a great way to put it, man.
Oh, no, man.
Great way to put it. All right.
Don't worry, guys. Don't worry, everybody. The back of the baseball card says he's doing just fine.
He's fine. Yeah, if you're wondering what we're talking about with the back of the baseball card, stay tuned for headlines. We've got that Coming up next, we've got the Astros. We've got some play-in games. We have our first NBA player under the new gambling era, banned for life. And these stories about gambling are so stupid with these guys that get suspended for it. This might be the dumbest one yet. We've got that for you in headlines. But my headline right now is soda weight loss helps radio host drop nearly 50 pounds of fat weight. Kind of a long headline, but I want to get my point across, and that is soda weight loss did.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Indeed, we are Payne and Pendergast. Here are today's headlines. Astros lose 5-4 to the Atlanta Braves yesterday afternoon in 10 innings. So that's a sweep. That is the third sweep of the Astros in the first 20 games of the season. If the Texas Rangers and Toronto Blue Jays didn't exist, it would be a really dire circumstance right now. They were swept by the Yankees, as we know, swept by the Royals. That hurt. And now swept by the Atlanta Braves, which I would say there's no shame in that. They're a really good baseball team, but the Astros are supposed to be a really good baseball team. What the hell are we doing? After the game yesterday, another game in which Jose Abreu was completely impotent at the plate and then had an error in the field, which paved the way for 2 runs in the 8th inning, allowed the Braves to tie the game. Horrible error. Joe Espada asked after the game, so what gives you confidence that Jose Abreu is going to pull out of this?
Other things you're seeing, maybe not in game or in game with Abreu that gives you confidence that he can pull out of this offensively?
History, the back of his baseball card. He can do it.
Can he? Can he really, Joe? Can he do it?
So the back of the baseball card, for those of you that, maybe weren't aware of this, it's been kind of a running jokes/sore spot for a long time, since last year when Bagwell was said, look at the back of Abreu's baseball card, which that was then. That was when Abreu, was having the first of, using the first part or midway through his worst season of his professional career. This, a year later, it's that much worse to try to point to the back of the baseball card when those conventional stats on the back of the baseball card include last year's stats.
Right.
It just, I guess.
680 OPS last year.
Yeah, and it also includes his age. So there's nothing about that people want to hear. As you pointed out earlier, it's kind of insulting as a baseball fan that somehow that's supposed to be the answer you're happy with.
If you're a fan of the Astros, you should be incredibly insulted by Joe Espada, Jeff Bagwell, or anybody else pointing at the back of Jose Abreu's baseball card as a reason he is still in the lineup or even on this team.
Like, we've never seen aging athletes drop off in performance. Like, is this I wasn't aware this was something that happened.
Bagwell was, and now for Bagwell, to be fair to him, it was because of his shoulder and because of injuries. But they all become one. Unless you walk away from the game at the top of your game. Everybody reaches a stage where the back of the baseball card doesn't matter anymore. Jose Abreu is so far beyond that; it's ridiculous.
And it's not just these errors. I've never seen somebody get so much justifiable hate for things that aren't even technically his errors. Right. Because Pena makes an error with that throw to first this weekend, and it's his error, but Abreu, there's zero faith or hope that Abreu is going to erase that. Yeah. Whereas in previously, you had a guy in La Pena who was actually really good at erasing people's errors. Yep. Could feel he was a Hoover out there at first base. Yep. It's hard to watch, man. It's a double whammy both at the plate and defense. We're actually complaining about the defense of a first baseman. A team, the Astros are a team that from 2016 through 2022, they were in the top 5 in a good way of errors allowed. Yeah. And now I haven't checked since this weekend. This weekend, they were down around 16th or 17th or so. I mean, it's a different baseball team than it was during their absolute prime when it comes to the defensive side of things. And it's really frustrating when this is a spring training when Espada was supposedly really trying to hammer in the basics.
Fundamentals.
Hammer in the fundamentals,
Yeah. Jose Abreu is literally the worst player in baseball by so many different metrics right now. Like, he is the worst right now, Seth, this version, like the 2024 first 20 games version. Yeah. He is the worst, every day. And I know he's not every day anymore. I know John Singleton plays, once every 3 days or so. But I'm going to call Jose Abreu the starting first baseman for the Astros for purposes of what I'm about to say. He's the worst everyday player I think I might have ever seen. Like the first 20 games version of him. This is awful. He's batting .078 through 20 games. You know how hard that is for a major league player to do, through a 20-game period, to just not stumble into enough hits to bat 150 or something like that?
Yeah. .078. And so many of his they're just non-competitive at-bats.
Looks
lost. There's no chance. It's just random chance. It's almost like he might as well be swinging without looking at the baseball, like just or without watching the windup at all.
Yep.
Just kind of guess when to swing and try to pick up the ball somewhere along the way.
Playing games in the NBA last night in the Eastern Conference. The Philadelphia 76ers, another one of those teams that's kind of like a little like the Lakers in the West. Like they're in the play-in, but now they're a dangerous 7 seed. Like the Sixers spent a lot of this season with Joel Embiid injured. Now he's healthy again. And they beat the Miami Heat 105-104 last night. So they will be the 7 seed in the Eastern Conference. Meanwhile, they beat the Miami Heat. Chicago Bulls beat the Atlanta Hawks. So the Bulls will play the Heat on Friday for the right to be the 8 seed in the Eastern Conference. So, Friday is when we get all the finality on who all the playoff teams are going to be in the NBA. The big story in the NBA yesterday, though, that I wanted to get to, we've got our first lifetime ban in this new age of leagues embracing gambling. In fact, Adam Silver, the commissioner of the NBA, was really the first commissioner of the major sports to invite gambling into his domain. Jonte Porter, Toronto Raptors kind of fringe player. He's a G League two-way player. He's been banned from the league after an investigation revealed he disclosed confidential information to bettors. Limited his participation in at least one game while he was with the Raptors, meaning he pulled himself out of the game. So all these under bets on his personal prop bets all hit, like the under for points, the under for rebounds, the under for assists, for a guy who is a fringe player. And there were massive amounts of money bet on him because he gave information to bettors, including one bettor, who placed an $80,000 parlay of Jonte Porter's stats, his prop bets, that would have paid him $1.1 million. How dumb do you need to be to think somebody's not going to notice that?
Well, you know what this is? It honestly is. You can take this as a positive, this by Jonte Porter, because as you pointed out before, Sean, you understand these dynamics a lot. When people are in gambling trouble, or when they're in deep to a bookie, or when like some of the bookies themselves or people working it, like they're not doing it because they're the most planned out types of dudes.
Right.
Like especially the guys that are incentivized to shave points. It's usually because they're in deep to a bookie or they're in some kind of trouble.
Yep.
Classically, either being blackmailed, extorted, or they're just they got a lot of debt. Like this stuff raises red flags at the casinos and at the books, and like this is the stuff that used to happen, but it would never see the light of day, and the league might never find out about it because they were being done with illegal bookies or what have you. So, like, I guess that's the benefit of stuff like this is that it does ideally scare other people away from trying to pull the same stuff.
Well,
but the league is also better suited in some ways to pick it up. Even though there's more opportunities for people to gamble and do stuff like this, the league's also in pretty good position to see it.
Yeah, well, I think it's a success story in the oversight for it because they were easily able to pick up on these weird betting trends like quickly. Like this is like oversight 101. Like, okay, Jonte Porter, who. Like, why are there even prop bets on Jonte Porter to begin with? Like, he's
right. Yeah, it looks like and those are low volume bets. So like all of a sudden there's a lot of activity at all on a guy like that. And then it's like conspicuously obvious even after that.
Dude, there hadn't been 80,000 bet on Jonte Porter total combined in his life prior to that bet. So, and Jonte Porter was betting himself on games on an app using somebody else's name. It turned out he was betting on Raptor games. So. He's banned for life. He's
I think so when Jonte Porter and his cronies or whoever was involved in all of this do this, in their mind I think they're thinking, all right, we're going to do it. They're going to figure it out eventually, but then we'll have our pile of cash and we'll be cool. Like what people don't realize sometimes, these amateur criminals, is that like no, the casino actually they can kind of be pricks about not paying you.
They didn't pay
like
this.
They don't. Yeah, they just never paid this.
Yeah.
Like it raises the red flag. It's not like they're like, oh crap. You got one over on us this time. Here's your money.
Yeah.
Oh, you.
Yeah.
They're like,
there you go.
You got us this time, but not again.
Yeah.
Not again. You won't be able to do it again. Like, no, they just don't pay you. Yeah. Like it'll get settled over time. If it ends up being it was all above board, it's cool. We're just not paying you right now.
Yep. So Jonte Porter, that's got to be awkward. Michael Porter Jr., star player for the Denver Nuggets, is his brother. Like, that's got to be a little awkward for Michael Porter Jr., right? Like, your brother just got banned from the league. I'm not saying Michael Porter Jr. is betting on games or whatever. I'm just saying, like...
Well, no, but I think immediately it's like it might be one of these situations where he's the brother that's got his crap together and he's kind of constantly always having to pick up the pieces from his other brother.
Maybe.
This is an extreme example.
Yeah,
of it.
yeah.
Like, this is where sometimes you got to cut people off.
That's right. That's right. All right, those are your headlines for today. Hey, let's circle back over to the Texans. We talked earlier this week about Texan most likely to take home an award. The odds are out now for Defensive Player of the Year this coming season. How big an impression did Will Anderson make in his rookie season? You're about to find out. That's coming up next. But first, West Point and Lincoln, I'll tell you the impression they made.
contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
The expectations in the Texans have always been the same. No matter the outside noise, no matter the media, any of that, like, we have a standard that we have to play to. We have a mentality that we play to, and that's the only thing that we have to play to is everything that happens in this building. And I would just say complacency is no place for that here at all. What we did last year was last year. What we're going to do this year is what we're going to do this year, and we can't focus on the past. So right now, it's just keeping that same mentality, and that's the swarm mentality. When all else fails, what are we going to do? We're going to go out there and swarm, and so that's what type of team we're going to be heading into this new season.
That's Will Anderson. Love Will Anderson. That was him talking about the high expectations. Could Will Anderson go from being Defensive Rookie of the Year to Defensive Player of the Year? Could he do that in year 2? It's only been done 2 other times in a year or less. And when I say a year or less, Lawrence Taylor was Defensive Rookie of the Year and Defensive Player of the Year in the same season.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
1981.
No wow.
Yeah. The only other time it's happened where a player has gone from Defensive Rookie of the Year to Defensive Player of the Year in just one season was in 2013 when Luke Kuechly was the one person to interrupt J.J. Watt's reign of dominance, winning Defensive Player of the Year. Luke Kuechly was Defensive Rookie of the Year in 2012. He won Defensive Player of the Year in 2013. 10 players have won Defensive Rookie of the Year and gone on at some point to win Defensive Player of the Year later. But in 1 year, it's only been done. Within a year, it's only been done twice. But Will Anderson, Seth, 8th on the odds board right now for Defensive Player of the Year in 2024.
That would set him apart from D'Amico Ryans.
That would.
People. One of my favorite quotes from an anonymous scout after the Will Anderson trade up and drafting of in the draft was that D'Amico just drafted himself because it is like there's a lot, defensive player from Alabama, like a salt of the earth type of dude, all of that. But the one thing about D'Amico is, and this isn't an insult and anything, like he wasn't. If D'Amico had been drafted number 3 overall, people would have considered his career a disappointment. Like that's so. Again, it's an off-ball linebacker. If you draft that dude, you better be Luke Kuechly. If you draft an off-ball linebacker number 3 overall.
Yep.
So that's not an insult to his playing career at all. He had a great playing career, even after torn Achilles. But you're hoping that Will Anderson becomes more of an actual player, beyond just rookie. Oh, and the other similarity was that they both won Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Yeah. Yep. So the players ahead, Micah Parsons is the favorite right now. I think it's interesting. In looking at the odds, you look at the names on here, Seth, and the only one that's not somebody whose job is to go sack the quarterback. I mean, their job, honestly, all these guys is to sack the quarterback. Like Chris Jones is the only outlier because he's an interior defensive lineman. But
his job is to sack the. I mean, that's what. If he was a run stuffer, he wouldn't be on there.
Yeah, right. His job. That's what I'm saying. His job is still to sack the quarterback. But these guys, the rest of these guys, are all guys who are largely edge guys. It's almost like Defensive Player of the Year. Like edge rusher has become to Defensive Player of the Year what quarterback has become to MVP.
Yeah,
that's the sexy thing to do is go get the quarterback.
And it's just what's happened too. Well, this is why. I think the league, I don't want to get too X's and O's here, but the league has transitioned more to playing more zone defense, playing conservatively. A lot of stuff that you don't necessarily have to have an awesome cornerback, or even if you do have an awesome cornerback, he doesn't get highlighted as much because he's in off coverage or he's playing zone. So because of that, a lot of the drivers of a lot of these defenses are the pass rush. That's how it's always been, going back to the old days of Tampa too. You can only do some of that zone stuff on the back end in the NFL if you've got a hellacious pass rush up front. And, I think it speaks to the importance of that position. Yeah. It really, the quarterback is still the most important position overall. So who can affect the quarterback and the defenses that you're playing? It's the edge rushers more so than ever.
Yeah. Micah Parsons, T.J. Watt, Nick Bosa, Myles Garrett, Max Crosby, Aiden Hutchinson, and Josh Allen from Jacksonville. Those are the 7 names ahead of Will Anderson. Will Anderson, 25-1. I don't think I'd put money on Will Anderson to win Defensive Player of the Year this year, but I could see it in his future. I think he's got that kind of potential.
I think with both him and Danielle Hunter on opposite sides, it gets really interesting. Just into, you can only slide the line one way, or you got to max protect or whatever it might be. as much as the Texans made a huge leap last year in terms of record, and they're not gonna gain as many wins on the season, even if they're the best. If they're the best team in the league, they're not going to gain as many wins this year and their schedule, no matter how much they improve. I think defensively, they could take a drastic jump forward, and way more so than people are projecting right now. Because when you look at the roster strength, the defensive backfield, there are holes. Linebacker, there's question marks about just exactly how good you can be and who's going to play where. But I think a lot of that is you got to look at that's how those guys were graded without as good of a pass rush up front. So I think there can be a collective growth above just the A plus B on this, because if you get that pass rush up front, it makes everybody else better.
I was Googling some stuff yesterday. I was trying to find an old article of mine in the Houston Press, and a few links came up to different articles. And one of the headlines from May 10th of last year, shock jock turned blogger from time to time, Sean Pendergast.
Oh, headline, what do you write in that rag of his?
Headline, Will Anderson trade among biggest overpays in NFL draft history.
I'm canceling my subscription to the Houston Press.
Free.
What, did you call him Pizza Boy? Did you call him Pizza Boy?
No.
Huh?
No. As it turns out, while it was a very grabby headline, as it turns out, the gist of the article was empirically based on the Jimmy Johnson charts and such.
Yeah.
It was one of the biggest overpays. I went back and read the article, and it was interesting. I had embedded a poll that I did on May 5th. So this is probably a week or so after the draft last year. So the smoke was still coming off of the Will Anderson trade around NFL circles. People questioning whether or not.
Right. Well, that was everybody at first was very impressed. Just people love loud noises and big booms and fireworks and all of that. So I think everybody at first was impressed with just the ballsiness of it. And then afterwards, there was a little bit of a whiplash the next day and through the week where people were thinking, like, okay, it's now that we're not all drunk on the moment. And especially, on draft day, you've got your huge reaction initially, and then you're going on into each successive pick after that. It's not the best time for reflection. Yeah, it did end up being an increasing number of people showing how smart they were by pointing out that, man, that was a lot to pay to move up for a non-quarterback.
Yeah, well, and especially when the Texans were, giving up their own pick and not the Cleveland pick in the trade.
Oh, that's right, because it's so stupid. Everybody knows they're going to be the worst team in the league next year.
Right.
So stupid. Did this Sean Pendergast hack right there?
Or they're literally, I did not, or they're literally going to beat Cleveland in a playoff game. You know what I mean? But I put up a poll a week or so after the draft, and this is where I credit Texan fans, because this is, I think, who largely is voting in the polls that I'm putting up about the Texans on my Twitter feed are Texan fans. Credit to you, Texan fans, for just blindly following Nick Caserio into the breach. On the heels of our conversation with Nick Caserio today, okay, so this must have been, I must have posted this poll on a day where you and I had just talked to Nick after the draft. So I said, on the heels of our conversation with Nick Caserio today on Sports Radio 610, this is for Texan fans, do you care about the amount of draft capital he gave up for Will Anderson? 63.5% said, I don't care at all.
Yeah.
Another 27.7% said, I'll care in 2024. 8.8% said, I do care right now. So
a lot of people didn't end up caring. Like, that's the sign that it worked out is the people that were kind of waiting until 2024 to care.
I was one of them.
Right.
Yeah.
Would approve of it now. I think the whole thing about the justification for trading up for Will Anderson, it was difficult to appreciate. Is a lot of it was the intangible stuff. It was going to be his leadership, his energy, his attitude, all of that stuff. And the vast majority of the time when people talk about that in a player, it's overstated. And that's why I was nervous about just how much they were overpaying, quote unquote, to get all of those intangibles. But just like it is with D'Amico, where I could tell, like, everybody played with him, could tell he was just a different type of dude immediately. You can tell after a year with Will Anderson, like, okay, this guy's just wired differently.
Yes.
And all right, I see and understand the intangibles. That's for real. That's not just somebody using it as a way to talk themselves into something. I get it.
Yeah.
And that's the stuff you can never know for sure just how your front office is operating. Do they actually know what they're talking about when it comes to that stuff?
Intangibles is not just some generic noun that gets thrown around. There are degrees to that too. It's not as easily measurable as something that's a statistic or an analytics stat. Well,
that's where Jeff Luhnow had said once, kind of talking about team chemistry. Just because you can't measure it doesn't mean it's not real.
Bingo.
Like Bill James, who's the father of advanced analytics has basically said the same thing, that you can't get stuck thinking that just because there's not a measurement for it yet that it doesn't exist. And I think that's where you that's where you also just end up having to blindly trust your GM and your head coach until they either prove that they know what they're talking about or not. And so far, I feel like they knew what they were talking about with Will Anderson, and I also think Tank Dell is another one. I think I don't think if Tank Dell has a bad attitude or something, or even just like a milquetoast attitude, I don't think he gets drafted where he does.
Yeah.
I think if Tank Dell didn't have a certain extra something to him, which is, Bobby Sloak has just gushed about his attitude and his competitiveness and just how contagious it is. You don't look at a dude that size and draft him where he did unless you think there's also something special to his character.
No doubt. I mean, as far as Tank goes, D'Amico was asked about Tank in his press conference earlier this week, just how's he doing? How's the leg? Yeah. And D'Amico went into how devastating the loss was, used the word inspirational to talk about Tank Dell. So, I think you're spot on there. Hey, back to the Astros. Our friend Jackie Goss is tweeting us, Seth. He said, I don't think the Astros or Bagwell realize how many fans are getting sick of him. All this GM by committee will get Crane, Reggie Jackson, and Biggio, too, if he gets more involved. It is a shame to see that. Jeff Bagwell is one of my favorite Houston athletes of all time. For somebody who really likes Jeff Bagwell, I like Jeff Bagwell a lot, the player. I think he's a great dude as well. That is a tough part for me to watch as a fan of his. This is maybe not outside of Houston, because people outside of Houston aren't as plugged into the day-to-day as we are here. We feel it acutely here. But who cares about outside of Houston? Here in Houston, I think this is doing damage to Jeff Bagwell with a lot of Astro fans.
This is the problem, that the part that we were talking about in the broadcast was where Bagwell kind of either pretended not to know or just definitely didn't know what ex-WOBA was, which is, it's fine if, I think in any organization, yes, it's good to have a diversity of opinions. And if Bagwell's not a stats guy, then, so be it. Except that I don't want the guy who's rejecting the analytics to not even have a basic understanding of the analytics.
Right.
Why? What? It honestly, it's frustrating because it takes this organization, which was at the forefront of so many things in baseball, it takes them back to 2002 when, the argument about analytics or no analytics, that's dead and gone. That is dead and gone. And most teams in baseball have figured out a way to incorporate both the old school sentiment and knowledge with the new age stuff and the analytics and the computer and all that.
Yep.
And now it feels like every time I hear some comment like that, where a guy who's making decisions on guys like Jose Abreu doesn't even understand what he rejects, that's frustrating.
Yeah.
That's frustrating. I'm guessing there were people in the Astros organization last year on the analytical side that were hey, listen, as far as Abreu goes, this is what we're seeing and it doesn't look good. And that was apparently largely ignored.
Yep.
I could look at the back of the baseball card and tell that you better beware of a guy his age that had a decline in the second half of the year. And I don't care if there's differing opinions, but I got to have them respect the other side's
for sure
enough to actually just basically try to understand it.
How do you like this? This is a follow-up from Jackie on Twitter. Says Bagwell doesn't miss a chance to hike his leg on analytics, and Callis knows it. I think he's giving Bagwell rope. Callis sees what's up. He's on our side. He's setting Bagwell up, huh? Ooh.
But if he does there's a pop quiz on analytical acronyms or something, just out of nowhere the next time he's broadcasting.
Here's the problem: is the evidence would appear to be within the Astros building right now. Is if Bagwell failed it, who cares? Bagwell literally just went on a broadcast. If Callis gave him a quiz, it would be funny. It'd be funny, but it wouldn't. I feel like Crane would be Bagwell doesn't know what ex-WOBA is. He's Jeff Bagwell.
The problem is there's so many good movies where the team of scientists has this opinion, but then old Chester in overalls comes by, with a big long white beard, and he looks at it and he's like, what you didn't do is you got to clean the spark plugs. And all the scientists are like, we were over here working with algorithms, but old Jesse, or what did I call him? Chester. Old Chester knew exactly what it was.
Chester.
It was a fouled up spark plug.
Yep. Jenkins came in here and fixed it. Good job, Jenkins.
Bagwell might as well be going out to batting practice in an old pair of coveralls or overalls with no T-shirt underneath and a big old chaw of tobacco. Well, here's your problem, and then boom, Abreu's fixed.
Reportedly, Bagwell's getting super hands-on with Abreu.
Right,
Did you see that story?
He's watching him.
He's watching him, and he's sitting with him, and he's talking to him, and that feels like the last stop on the way to something that Astro fans are rooting for, probably.
I'd say at this point, well, if people had ever paid attention and listened to my plan to allowing athletes age 33 or older to go ahead and use PEDs, we wouldn't have to be in this place.
Be a better team.
Abreu would be having the best season of his life.
He would. We could look at the back of the baseball card proudly, for sure. Adam Spillane retweeted something I said yesterday. I kind of tweeted what I said earlier in the show, that the early 2024 version of Jose Abreu might be the worst everyday or near everyday player I've ever watched, not hyperbole. Adam Spillane, Baseball Spo, he's our on-the-scene Astros dude, man. Spo does a great job. Of the 922 players to have appeared in a Major League game entering Wednesday, Jose Abreu's negative 1.1 B WAR is the worst. He is 922nd out of 922 players in B wins above replacement.
Sorry, Sean, that's not on the back of the baseball card.
That's true.
I only trust things like batting average? Oh, no, not that. It turns out I don't know. Slugging? No, I don't know. I don't trust that either.
Yeah, not good, man.
So he's the worst in baseball. You know, the one graphic that I saw that I liked was when they were talking about Yainer Diaz and all the stops he's had to make on the potential past pitches.
Yeah.
It was a lot. It was by a pretty healthy margin. Yeah. He's had to stop more balls than any player in baseball, which I'm like, I guess when you pitch 22 different dudes, it's bound to be a lot
of whom aren't good. Like, yeah. You mean a lot of these guys are skipping the ball up to home plate? You don't say, yeah.
But that says Yainer Diaz hasn't had a pass ball yet. And I'm thinking about what this would have been with Maldonado back there. That's when some people up in Chicago are like, hey.
You can't catch.
I love watching these White Sox people reach out to Astros people on social media. Like, hey, just exactly what was so magical about everything with Maldonado last year? And Astros fans are like,
I'm glad it's somebody else's problem. That's how I feel, right? All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. On a Thursday. Appreciate you tuning in. Drive safe into work today. Bill Belichick, we found out what his next assignment is going to be. How do we think he does in this role? And some of the little factoids from the article that we only got to touch on briefly yesterday, Seth Wickersham, Don Van Natta piece about how Bill Belichick may have gotten kind of screwed out of the Atlanta job by Robert Kraft. There's some really interesting stuff in here, and the Texans actually pop up here a couple of times.
Right. Yeah. That's right. We do pop up into that.
How did Bobby Slowick do in his interviews with the Falcons? We're going to find out, and that's coming up next.
Maybe when you got your property taxes this year, got your little statement, and you look in your mortgage statement and realize how much you paid in property taxes, you flipped it over to look at the back just to be sure you had everything.
SportsCenter.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Some nice jerseys that you got there, Seth. Those are really nice.
The kind people with the Houston Texans football organization, they had reached out to all the former Texans, and I guess they were cleaning the house on a lot of the junk they have everywhere. So they had a bunch of our authentic jerseys that we had worn.
Yeah.
And I'll put it on the YouTube stream right here. So they sent my home and my away jersey from the inaugural season. There's an inaugural patch on there and everything.
That's cool.
But we were just talking about how, like, they're tailored to be super, super tight up against your shoulder pads. And, so this is a 48, where I probably had, like, a 54 or 56-inch chest at the time. Oh,
yeah.
So it's, super tight. But for a while, I don't think with the Texans, with the Jaguars, definitely, we would go out to do appearances on a Tuesday wearing these game jerseys. Oh. And it's and they're super tight around the shoulders because you use double-sided tape to stick them to your shoulder pads and everything. And it's you'd look like such a fat ass going out in these things, just like a narrow-shouldered, pear-shaped loser as you're trying to tell kids to read. They're looking at this fat ass up in front of them like, how about you read the nutritional label, fatty? That's what the kids would say to me. And very demeaning, very demeaning. Yeah.
Pretty good comeback by a little kid on you right there. We need that kid to come right for Payne and Pendergast.
I had to feed the kid the line. I handed it to him on an index card.
I say this, and then you say this, and people are going to think you're hilarious. Is it even more embarrassing when you're wandering around a mall trying to find your teammates at an appearance?
So everybody, Payne. We had to wear these jerseys that were not cut out for wearing out in public without shoulder pads on.
My favorite story.
And we were doing this thing one year. This is when I was with the Jaguars. And we were thanking the fans because there was an NFL commercial going on at the same time where the players would come in wearing their full uniforms, no shoulder pads, but pants, turf shoes and everything socks pulled up, and they would thank the fans. So we were doing a local version of it, and we went to one of the shopping malls. And so there were 4 or 5 of us. We're wearing our damn football uniforms at 1 p.m. on a Tuesday. And, but we got film crews around us and everything. So, obviously something's going on. But I kind of, I get distracted at times.
Happens.
Was I a kid that had to wear a leash when I was young? No, but I probably should have. By the grace of God, I made it through. So we're kind of doing this appearance, and we're getting set up, and I'm looking around, and I wanted to see if there's a Sbarro's at this place. And then all of a sudden, I realized I gotten separated from the pack. And I'm standing in this food court wearing my full football uniform with a lot of people looking at me like, who's this weirdo? Or how
yourself.
Is he trying to pick up chicks by dressing by wearing his football uniform to the mall? I think that's what people thought. I think they thought I was trying to pick up chicks. And then I started to panic a little bit because I was lost in the mall with no wallet. There's no place to put my wallet. They had my wallet. They had my cell phone, Sean. Where am I going to put a 7-pound cell phone in my pants in 1998? There's out there. I can't put it down the front of my pants.
Oh, they were big phones.
They were big. They would be anatomically unrealistic.
Yeah, putting them down the front of your pants wouldn't have been the worst move.
Guy's got a 7-inch phone in his pocket.
Yeah, that's right. Is that a phone in your pocket?
He does not look happy to see me. Yeah, he doesn't look happy at all.
Can I ask you, with no wallet, how you planned on paying for the pizza at the Sbarro you were looking for in the food court?
Well, I wasn't planning. I was planning on getting somebody else to pay for it.
That's my guy right there. I like that.
Do you guys know who I am? And then I turned around and pointed at the nameplate. Sorry, there's not a little Texans logo above it, but you know the deal.
You know the deal. You know, God, that's one of my favorite stories. Seth Payne wandering around the mall like an 8-year-old.
One of my favorite customizable Seth Payne jersey is our fan who he has a number 91 jersey, and on the back it says unbearable.
I've seen, that's your Twitter picture.
He's a good dude.
Yeah, that's funny. That's funny. So Bill Belichick is he's not coaching. We know he thought he was getting the Falcons job. We'll talk about that in a second. Some interesting factoids from an ESPN piece. But we found out what his next assignment is. He was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. He will be joining the Pat McAfee crew for the NFL draft this season. They're doing an alternate broadcast of the draft on ESPN+, and that'll be where Bill Belichick will provide draft analysis.
Your first live event post-coaching, maybe
in the year off of coaching, being with a bunch of idiots like our particular show. And why did you agree to do this with us? We are so incredibly thankful.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to it. It's always draft day, draft weekend's always an exciting time for everybody, for the teams that are building their teams and for the fans and for everybody involved in it. So, it's a great event. And, I'm looking forward to seeing it, from the other side. It'll be fun to be in Detroit, be with you guys and get your expertise.
Oh, whoa. We don't need that now. Okay, we don't need that type of chatter now.
Is that
He really, honestly, I watched that. It didn't look like Belichick was ribbing them about their expertise or anything.
No, at all. No.
I felt bad. He kind of looked like, he almost looked a little confused that they were taking it that way. But he also did it with 6 Lombardi trophies behind him.
He did. That was a power move by him. That was cool.
I'm like, man, okay, he doesn't have a good microphone. The lighting sucks, but he's got 6 Lombardi trophies behind him that are very well lit. I'm like, all right, I guess his background is okay.
Yeah, trophies cancel out a lot of other stuff. Is that a draw for you? Are you curious of what Belichick's takes would be on the draft?
I am. I actually recorded his entire appearance. I'm going to watch after the show because I read a couple of little tidbits, and one that was fascinating from a Texans perspective was that, and I don't know if he said this on McAfee or on one of his other ESPN appearances, he said that none of the really accurate, good information leaks out at the draft until about 12 hours beforehand, which is very interesting if you'll consider when Daniel Jeremiah did his final mock draft and predicted that the Texans would draft both C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson.
Yes.
That was... If I remember correctly, I believe that was the morning of the draft.
It was the day. It was around the draft. It might have been the morning of the draft. Yeah.
So we kind of figured, like, all right, he got the sanctioned info dump, and which is fine.
Yeah.
Because if it happened within the 24 hours before the draft, it sounded like that's the sanctioned dump.
Yeah.
That's the one that both D'Amico maybe, and I would say honestly, if you're going to try to get favor with somebody, I'd say Daniel Jeremiah would be a good guy because I think he. Almost ironically enough, because I think he seems like the most incorruptible of dudes. He's not going to lie to you or like tell you something that another guy wants you to believe or anything. I think he really tries to be a straight shooter.
Yeah, he's very, very solid.
But he has information about everybody.
Yep.
He lives between those two worlds.
Yep. So Belichick, we know, wanted the Atlanta job. There's a long-form piece on ESPN that's really, really good about how Belichick didn't wind up with the job, how Robert Kraft may have given him a negative reference to Arthur Blank, the owner of the Falcons. Teams that Belichick would be interested in coaching now that he's not coaching Atlanta include Philadelphia, Dallas, and the Giants. I'm sure the head coaches at those teams were thrilled that bit of information is out there now. The two things that Texan fans are probably interested in from this article, Atlanta was concerned ultimately about who Belichick would bring in with him, perhaps because they thought that he was going to only stick around for a couple of years to break Shula's record and that the next guy might have to be one of these guys. And they name Josh McDaniels, Joe Judge, Matt Patricia, and Jack Easterby.
Yeah, Beasterby.
They were worried about
they're bringing in the Beasterby.
The bunny, the old Easter bunny coming into the building there,
I honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Belichick did want Easterby in his organization just because Belichick used him the way he was supposed to be used, which was Belichick did not use Jack Easterby as his quasi-GM.
Right.
Right. Easterby's a guy that can get in the good graces of the players when he's looked at as the player programs guy. Listen to the way the players talk about Dylan Thompson right now, the player programs guy or player development guy. They love him.
They love him.
CJ, Will Anderson, they gush about him. And that's what a lot of players in New England would say about Jack Easterby. Somehow the Texans and Bill O'Brien decided that, no, as good as he is in that role, he'd be even better kind of like being a co-GM.
Yeah, running the team.
And that's where everything just went way, way, way awry. I think Belichick probably looks at Easterby as like, yeah, this is a guy who serves his purpose very effectively, but I got to keep the guide rails on him. And that maybe in New England he was – I get this picture of him in New England like probably starting to get on Bill Belichick's nerves and like him wanting to know everything about everything.
Yeah.
And they're probably like, fine, just go off to Houston. I'm sick of you.
Yeah.
And now that he's maybe been humbled a little bit, he can come back to Belichick and be his spy / player programs
That's
guy
his
again.
mole. Yeah. The other interesting thing, if you're a Texan fan, we know Bobby Slowick was interviewing for the Falcons job, among several jobs Bobby Slowick interviewed for. It turns out he finished third for the Atlanta job. He interviewed in Atlanta late in the process, and after they interviewed Bobby Slowick, and Bobby Slowick impressed them in the interview. That was made clear in the piece. The hierarchy, the brain trust of Atlanta sat down and kind of voted on all the candidates, including Belichick. Yeah. Raheem Morris got the job. Obviously, he finished first. Mike McDonald, the former DC for the Ravens, who's now the head coach in Seattle, finished second. Bobby Slowick finished third. Bill Belichick didn't finish in anybody's top 3 for the job that voted on this in the Atlanta building.
Right. Now, and this is where it gets interesting because the headline grabber is that Bob Kraft supposedly called up Arthur Blank, talked about how you'll never have a warm conversation with him, you can't trust him, and that it's not clear. Bob Kraft at least said to somebody else, not necessarily Arthur Blank, but presumably that Belichick is very, very, very arrogant.
Yeah.
And to which I think most of the football world said, "Oh, you don't say."
Yeah, exactly.
Oh no, he's arrogant.
Breaking news. Yeah.
The hyper-successful football coach is arrogant. My God, I never knew such a thing could happen. But I think what I took from it was whether or not Bob Kraft talks smack to Arthur Blank about Bill Belichick. I don't think Belichick was going to get that job because Arthur Blank wanted kind of a more democratic process, and Arthur Blank personally was blown away by Bill Belichick. But when it came to Rich McKay and Fontenot and one of the other front office members, put yourself in their shoes. You got this coaching legend with a reputation for being an autocrat comes in, and he's saying like, "Oh no, I want to work by committee and everything." Those dudes in Atlanta aren't buying that or believing it.
Nope.
You know, like they're just like, yeah, that's. I think Belichick might believe that at the moment, but it's like a lion telling you, like, I promise not to eat any sheep.
Yeah.
You know, like the lion might really in that moment not want to eat any sheep, but at some point he gets hungry,
and then
or agitated, or just
Yep.
And I think they were gonna deep six that no matter what. And I think that's what happened with a lot of the other teams around the league that were looking at him was they almost respect Belichick's ability to get power or the threat of that too much to actually give him the job.
Yep. That's a good way to put it. All right, so in the last 24 hours, one Houston coach wins a press conference, one Houston coach badly loses a press conference. That is next. But first, Texas Sinus and
SportsRadio610.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. You look like you got something to say there.
I don't think you realized what a remedial question I was asking you during the break.
Yeah.
You were trying to explain something to me on a one-on-one level where I need it on I'm repeating this class for the third time level.
Okay.
We did a little discussion of this Bob Kraft versus Bill Belichick and the Atlanta Falcons job and all that earlier. It was a really, really long article, and I was just asking you, okay, I have a hard time if I gotta make an outline of things to talk about. I tried to do it yesterday, and I ended up with 23 bullet points.
Yeah, it's hard, man.
It's just too much.
Yeah.
So how do you take a long something like that and boil it down to just 2 or 3 little bullet points?
Yeah.
I wasn't asking for your actual opinion. I'm like, how does a normal brain work is what I'm asking.
What's the process? Yeah, because I got it down to about 5. I always think of just for me, I think of what's the most interesting. I put myself in the shoes of a listener and go, is that interesting to me?
Yeah.
If I'm a listener to Payne and Pendergast.
Listener, I have a hot wife. I'm trying to paint a picture here.
You want to get really immerse yourself into it?
He's super rich.
What's his credit rating?
He's sitting in his office right now, and it's got an entire side of the building window, floor-to-ceiling windows.
This is symptomatic. This is the 23 bullet points again. You don't need to go that deep into the listener's life, Seth.
What was his childhood like?
I know.
Where did he even grow up, Sean? How am I supposed to get into this guy's shoes?
Does he have mommy issues?
He might be wearing boots for all I know.
He could be. So we've had 2 press conferences with Houston coaches in the last couple of days, and I would say one was a winner and one was a loser. I'll start with Joe Espada. This was my first. I haven't had a moment like this with Joe Espada yet. I think Joe Espada is still kind of trying to find himself amidst a team that has a lot of deficiencies right now.
And he's been in a lot of situations that don't have a great answer because they're not really things that are his fault. There have been questions about the lineup are fair, except one of the things. He at the very least moved Abreu down very quickly and aggressively.
Yes.
He bucked him down in the lineup instead of waiting for 3 months to figure
2
it
days.
out.
Yeah.
So that part, for the most part, there's not been a whole lot to say. Well, man, I can't believe it. There's been a few things, but it's not the larger issues are not his right now.
Yeah, if I'm assigning blame, Espada's pretty far down my list right now, considering the issues with the pitching staff. He is. But that said, the one thing that you can't do is get the fan base going against you, especially when you're in a city with 2 other coaches who I think the fan base are all in on right now, in Ime Udoka and D'Amico Ryans. This was my first bleep you moment to Joe Espada yesterday. I was angry when I heard this answer to, why do you think Jose Abreu, what gives you confidence Jose Abreu is going to pull out of this?
History, the back of his baseball card. He can do it.
Okay. Yeah. This back of the baseball card stuff has to stop, man. It's got to stop. And it started with Bagwell, and it is, to me, it's insulting to, I'm not even going to say it's insulting to intelligent baseball people. This is insulting to your fans. This is insulting to anybody with a working set of eyes that watches Jose Abreu do things like bat .078 and handle a ground ball last night or yesterday like it's a live grenade.
This is where the weird thing is, and this is where I guess you wonder, okay, is it the end of the dynasty or whatever you might call it? It's 2 separate obstacles, actually getting to where the Astros are now, but then to sustain it and maintain it over time. It's really like a 3 or 4 part series, but there's definitely skills that you need in the beginning versus skills that you need to sustain it. And what we've seen from just the Patriots in football or various other dynasties, go back to the 49ers in football, back in the Bill Walsh days. Mm-hmm. Those teams that manage to really stretch it out are also usually pretty good at knowing to say goodbye a year early.
When to bail.
Instead of a year late.
Yep.
When do you gotta, it's best to let somebody walk when it still hurts a little bit. And maybe you miss out on a year or 2 of production, but over time you're going to be a lot better for it. This one's a double whammy because you brought a guy in. Yeah. You brought a guy in when he was at that moment where, man, another team might be saying, you know what? Maybe he's got another good year in him, but this is probably the beginning of the end. We got to get rid of him. So you double it. Not only are you not the White Sox, but you're also actually doubling down on that mistake of retaining the guy.
Yeah, there's nothing you can harken back to. Let's pretend they signed Springer to that big deal, to something like in 2020. And Springer can still play, so it's not a perfect – there's no perfect analogy because nobody is as bad as Jose Abreu in all of baseball right now, literally. But let's pretend, that all of a sudden, Springer sees a dip to where he's not nearly worth $25 million a year. Yeah. Well, at least you got the World Series MVP you can look back at in 2017, and you got all those leadoff home runs you can look back at, and all those times that George Springer ran himself into a wall for you, the Astro fans. Granted, sometimes he'd miss a week of games after running into a wall, but still, he gave his all, and he was incredibly popular. You have none of that with Jose Abreu. He's been bad from jump since he got here.
He's been bad from jump. The one that's, I guess if I were going to start looking at the backs of baseball cards and think, okay, here's your chance for redemption, or maybe he'll turn it around. You try to pull that with Pujols in 2011 or 2012 when he goes to L.A. and he fell off a cliff, not to this degree, obviously. And he was still a good baseball player. He was still a good and he was 32 years old. Yeah. That was the weirdest thing about Pujols was it wasn't age related, whatever. You've got a 37-year-old you're talking about here.
Yeah.
And Jose Abreu. And he's like, Pujols was not living up to his contract, but he wasn't the worst player in baseball. This is Abreu as the worst player. This is worse than the Pujols deal was for L.A. Relative to how bad the player is while still getting a good chunk of money. Sure, it wasn't a 10-year deal or anything, but Pujols was still an above-average player, a very good player. He just wasn't MVP caliber, dude.
Well, plus that was an owner, too, who, to my knowledge, was willing to still spend even with mistakes on the roster. This is not me saying Jim Crane is not investing in the team. He obviously is. They have a super high payroll. But I think they're packed to the gills now on payroll. They're not in a position to be flexible at all with any of this. And I'll tell you what it does too, Seth, is that it makes it very conflicting in rooting for Jose Abreu. At the very basic core, as an Astro fan, I should be rooting for Jose Abreu when he comes up to the plate each and every time to get a hit, to hit a home run, to drive in a run. My fear now with Jose Abreu is that every good few games that he has gives him another 2 months that they're not even going to just touch him. It's almost like we all see the writing on the wall. He's never going to be the player even close to what they thought they were getting when they signed him. And I feel like the only good solution is to ultimately just get rid of the guy, punt on him, and for now put John Singleton at first base. He's better than Abreu, but as long as Abreu's on the roster, he's going to get used. He's not just going to sit there and do what? Normally, if a guy's getting older and he's sitting there, you go, well, he can at least be a pinch hitter for us or DH. He can't hit. He can't hit.
He's laying on his deathbed with an IV drip. He's loaded up on fentanyl, eating nothing but ice chips, and he's just not dying. Yeah. They're gonna extend it out for. There's one family member that's like, no. Keep the stomach pumping. And that Jim Crane is that family member. Everybody else is like, my God, the guy is suffering. Can we please just let him die? Can we take out the breathing? No, he will live forever.
And the nurse says,
we can't let him go.
He actually had a good day today. He opened his eyes.
Right, yeah, exactly. Right.
Okay. We know what the end is here. That's the manager / coach who did not have a good press conference. Ime Udoka showed a very playful side a little earlier this week in his exit press conference. I kind of
tickle a woman, did he?
I kind of enjoyed this. No, he didn't. He did not.
Was he at a WNBA press conference?
Ime Udoka.
God, please. He wasn't the guy that asked that question, was he?
It was the Rockets. No, that was Greg Doyle. We'll get to him in the 8. Ime Udoka, he was asked, is he happy with his decision to come coach the Houston Rockets?
A year ago this time, there were multiple openings. You were very highly thought of around the league. Reflecting back on it, how justified your mind that this was the right decision?
Well, going to Phoenix, Milwaukee, or Philly, we'd be in the playoffs now. So, being able to build something was more appealing than jumping into something that has a 2-year window. It became more appealing for sure.
He's like Steven. Remember that comedian Stephen Wright? The guy with the curly hair who's just all his jokes were told in this tone like that.
Incredibly monotone.
That was pretty funny right there. He's like, well, if I'd gone to these other teams, I'd still be playing right now, And so he was joking around, obviously. But I like that little playful side of Ime Udoka. He had another one where he was asked
Stephen
about.
Wright's still around, by the way.
Is he? Okay, gotcha.
He hasn't done as well. Like, as everything has shifted more towards storytelling.
Yeah.
And I don't know, and like
Instead of
political
one-liners.
humor or something.
Yeah. No, he's big in the 80s.
It's moved towards storytelling and comedians who swear they're not going to be serious about anything except their own cancellations.
Right.
I've watched 29 bits about cancel culture before I got out of bed this morning.
Yep. Here was Ime Udoka's other little funny bit here. He was asked about Jalen Green's ascension in the second half of the season.
Jalen's late season surge was a real story of the season. I'm curious, did you have any parting words or advice for him before you guys broke for the summer, so to speak?
Yeah, do it earlier, and we're playing right now.
All right, Ime won the presser, man. He's got jokes.
No, I think if you did an approval rating on Ime Udoka right now, it might be... Well, it would be high. That's interesting.
Don't mind if I do.
The Rockets' prospects for a championship next year compared to, like, if you were to do futures right now, Vegas would still have the Astros as a much better chance, despite the record right now, of winning the World Series next year than people would have of the Rockets winning the NBA championship.
Oh, without question, yeah.
And yet, I feel like Espada is probably a much more popular coach right now. His approval rating is higher than Espada. Udoka's approval rating is a lot higher than Espada's.
For sure. Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, yeah. For sure. Because people look at the world in 5-day windows. Like it's all recency bias. Yeah. But good job, Ime. Good job, Ime, with the jokes at the press conference earlier this week.
The thing with Udoka and Rafael Stone right now is none of it feels forced. I don't feel like I have to talk myself into anything with the Rockets. There are question marks and considerations and exactly how are they going to really teach your star players to coexist, yada, 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 all that stuff. But none of it feels like I'm convincing myself that this is the guy, like I did with Silas, frankly.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta. Yeah, no, it can work. It can work. It's cool that he's soft spoken. Don't worry about it. Like I've got zero of that with Udoka. I just trust that he's going to do a good job.
I do too. I think he's really, really good. Text message. A lot of Abreu texts coming in. Someone says Abreu has a DNR, a do not resuscitate.
Except he never signed it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he doesn't have.
It's intimidating. You sit down, you got this long list of like. Have you ever filled a DNR out with somebody? Oh,
I've never have. Yeah.
If you've never filled out a DNR with somebody, well, one of your siblings is like strongly suggesting to the sick one what the answer should be.
Oh.
You don't know discomfort.
Oh, dude. That sounds brutal. That sounds brutal.
I'm staunchly opposed to relatives dying. It's really a pain in the butt for everybody involved. I would bow out of it if you have a chance.
Text message. I'd rather have Hughley. No, here's the thing. I'd rather have anybody.
Hughley was. I mean, Hughley may have actually been back in a hotel room or something. He's in the Atlanta organization.
He is. He's signed
whereabouts unknown, but he's in there somewhere.
Yeah.
He's like a thumbtack in a vacuum cleaner bag. He's in there somewhere. Like you don't want to go digging too hard for it.
Right. Here's the thing. There's no bad answer to I would rather have blank instead of Abreu right now. Like I'd rather you could put a broom with a bucket for a head, and it would not have a negative 1.1 B WAR. I'll tell you, it'd have a 0
or negative OPS plus.
Yes,
or anything.
Which we didn't think was mathematically possible.
Yeah, I feel like what kind of damage are you doing to the stat itself that you've gone into negative territory? I don't know.
You know what? Patrick Creighton just texted me. Patrick's listening to the show. You can hear Patrick and Sean Bajani on Area 45 at night. Those guys are doing an awesome job right now with some awesome local night radio. Brings up a great point, Seth, about, and I think it kind of illustrates maybe the shift in thinking with the Astros. You talked about getting out a year early as opposed to a year late. They got out a year early on Dallas Keuchel. That was one they dug in and said, we're not giving this to you. And he had to sit around for a long time, remember?
And honestly, okay, and I would say, even though it didn't work out and it was hard to watch, but they got out of Charlie Morton too early. But I was still okay with it just because that's in line with the philosophy of like, you know what, more times than not, a guy like Charlie Morton, who had just been a vast disappointment in a lot of regards, that just got this bump from the coaching and everything, the pitch selection, everything else they do in Houston, that as he got older, and remember he had a lot of injuries in his career too, a few guys like that are going to happen where you feel like, oh yeah, we could have hung on to them. But the overall theory is like, no, if there's realistically, we don't want to talk ourselves into being in love with somebody for longer than we need to.
Yep. All right, let's get to the 8 at 8, the Ocho. 8 stories for you. You're listening to KILT.
And thanks for listening, Patrick Creighton.
KILT, yeah, thanks. We appreciate
Patrick
that.
Patrick is a busy dude.
He is.
He's got like a 14-hour day.
He does. And the energy level is high at nighttime, for sure. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2, an Odyssey station.
1.
Ground ball towards short. Flip to second. Fletcher's turn. Double play ends the game. A very, very frustrating series against the Braves. The Astros drop all 3 to Atlanta as the Braves win it 6-1 on Monday, 6-2 last night, and today coming from behind down 2 in the 8th and then scoring a run in the 10th to win it 5-4.
Boy, Pena was mad. He tossed his helmet down when he grounded into that double play yesterday to end the game.
Yeah, I think, there's certain things about this team right now where it just starts to wear thin, whether it's somebody saying, look at the back of the baseball card, or honestly, they're amongst the best in the league at OPS right now. Yes, that's true, and typically things do come around. It's hard to ignore some of the other things that are contributing, though, to the runs not being as high as the OPS. It's not like it's just random dumb luck. Mm-mm. Like some years, Kyle Tucker will start off, and by conventional stats, it doesn't look that good. But you can look, okay, well, over time, this will catch up to him. Like Kyle had a couple years like that.
Yeah.
This is not that situation when you look at the team in general. And one of the biggest indicators is simply the number of errors. They're 16th in the league right now in errors allowed or errors committed.
Yeah.
And it just, it's not the same team as in the past. The attention to detail, the base running, headaches, and weirdness is awesome yesterday that Altuve actually looked like he knew what he was doing running the bases. But there's just something off. It's more than just, it's 162 games and everything comes back and water finds its level, all of that. Something's just a little bit off.
The good news is they don't play today. They got an off. They're heading into a patch of schedule here with several off days. They've got 4 days off over the next couple of weeks. So I think that's going to help them. It'll certainly help maybe reset the bullpen a little bit. Although the starters have been giving them quality innings over the last handful of games. They're also heading back out on the road, which is where in the last, the second half of last season and early this season, they've done some of their better work.
That's what we do. We're like a salesman with a bad home life.
Yeah.
We're like, wow, the guy he just grinds and grinds and grinds. He hates his wife.
He's on the road all the time.
Of course he does. It's
right.
his only refuge. Yeah.
2.
Playing games last night. We'll go through these quick. Philly in the Eastern Conference beats the Miami Heat 105-104. So Philly, a live 7 seed, because the only reason Philly's a 7 seed is they're missing the reigning MVP, Joel Embiid, for an extended period of time.
Darryl.
Yeah, Darryl. Tad Brown, a lot of old Rocket remnants in the building over there for sure.
What's the Daryl Morey approval rating amongst Sixers?
That's a good question. I would say, I don't know is the answer. I'm trying to think if I were a Sixer fan what it would be, but I feel like Sixer fans have a much lower threshold for getting agitated than I do with someone like Daryl Morey.
They're probably unhappy that he doesn't blitz as much as Buddy Ryan.
Let me back
They compare everything in Philly ultimately gets compared to a guy who never actually won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It's got to be compared to Buddy Ryan's defenses.
This is similar to there's no bad answer to the Abreu thing. I think you could say, what do you think the approval rating is for blank in Philadelphia? And the answer is going to be 8%.
How does Philadelphia feel about its own cream cheese? It's garbage.
8%. So Philly beats Miami. They will be the 7 seed. So Miami will play Chicago for the right to be the 8 seed tomorrow. Chicago beat Atlanta last night. Blew them out 131-116. Yay.
3.
Bigger story in the NBA that I can sink my teeth into is this Jonte Porter story. Toronto Raptors forward Jonte Porter, who is he's about as fringe as it gets. He's a 2-way G League player.
Is he the younger brother or the older brother?
I'm guessing young. I'm guessing Michael Porter Jr. I'm going to guess younger brother. It says at the bottom of the article. He just says he's a brother, Michael Porter Jr. He has been banned from the league after an investigation revealed he had disclosed confidential information to bettors, and he limited his participation in at least one game while he was with the Raptors. He also bet on NBA games while he was in the G League. So the limiting participation thing to me is the big one, Seth, because that's one where he's literally directly affecting the outcome of prop bets. And for those who are unfamiliar with this part of the story, players in the NBA, casinos put out prop bets, totals on things like points they're going to score, rebounds, assists in a game. Bettors bet over or under on them. Jonte Porter knew that he was going to pull himself 3 minutes into a stint in a game with an injury and told bettors that he was going to do that. These bettors proceeded to bet outrageous amounts of money on the under for his stats, his player stats in that game, including one bettor who placed an $80,000 parlay on all of Jonte Porter's personal stats. So when you get them all right, it increases the payout to, in this case, $1.1 million. Boy, they're not going to notice that when they look at the casinos.
It is one of the best things about league. I think people, every time there's a legal gambling scandal or something involving legal houses or whatever, I think people look at it as the beginning of the end. And honestly, I really look at it as like, nope, this is the system working the way it's supposed to work.
Bingo.
Yes. They got these. Yeah. I think that with illegal bookmakers, what would have happened with this is that nobody would have taken the bets. Like no bookie is going to be like, oh yeah, I'll hey guy, I don't know. Right. Sure, I'll take this Jonte Porter action.
Right.
Like they're not going to take it. But when the legal houses take it, it puts up a big red flag. Yeah. And then especially under the circumstances where Jonte Porter obviously just almost just blatantly games it. It raises a lot of red flags and the dudes get caught. So I look at that as a positive ultimately. Maybe it happens more because it's more omnipresent now, but I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with you on that. This is proof that the system works, I would say.
Your old coworker Kevin Joseph had tweeted in. He said the dumbest thing about the Porter situation is that his brother just signed a 5-year deal in 2022 and won a championship. Like, dude, you need money that bad? Ask your brother.
No kidding.
Well, but I think there's a thing though. It's the way these things work is Michael Porter Jr. has been asked for money before, probably, or knows that his brother's got issues or something, and I think Jonte just knew that wasn't that had dried up.
Well, sometimes it's a gambling addiction too. Like sometimes it's not about the money; it's about a gambling addiction as well. We don't know the full story with Jonte.
Well,
Porter.
right? Yeah, he might be into the bookies or whatever. Yeah, it's
could be a lot of
things. Still a money issue, but whatever.
Could be a lot of things. Yep.
4.
So the dream of the Arizona Coyotes moving to Houston appears to be kaput and dead. Mullet Arena, what a great name for a hockey arena. Mullet Arena in Arizona was a buzz last night because it was the final time that Arizona Coyote fans, the few thousand that were there, are going to get a chance to watch their team because they're on the move to Salt Lake City in a deal that could be signed in less than 24 hours. A 5-2 win over Edmonton in Arizona last night. Hockey could return perhaps within 5 years to Arizona, but it is on its way to Salt Lake City. The owner of the Utah Jazz is going to be purchasing this hockey team and moving them to Salt Lake City, which I think makes a lot of sense. Localizing this story, that I think was going to be, for you hockey fans here in Houston, I think that was the big hope here in Houston, was that Tillman Fertitta was going to be able to do what Ryan Smith is the name of the owner of the Jazz, what he's doing, which is purchase the Arizona Coyotes for $1.2 billion.
Yeah,
that is not happening now.
I don't. I'm not crying a million tears over this. I think there's still a chance for Houston to potentially be a part of an expansion sometime in the future. Mm-hmm. So if you're a diehard, I wonder what percentage of Houstonians would you have to convert a bunch of transplants from the teams that they already root for, as well as just encourage native Houstonians to like hockey? Or could it be all native Houstonians?
I think, look, those tickets are really expensive. If you're talking about making sure the arena is full every night, I do think you probably need to have some of the transplants either convert to whatever the Houston team is or just enjoy going to NHL hockey. Hockey is, it's an expensive ticket, but it is an awesome live sport. It's tremendous in the arena at hockey.
It really is. It is one of those, it's kind of like auto racing. You can't really appreciate it until you see it in person. Especially with just like the speed of the collisions and everything. You just don't appreciate it until you... So yeah, it is a really cool environment. So you're right. Maybe you slowly win some of them over. It's just the population base is so large. that I feel it's just with the right owner and the right level of showmanship to it. Like it's got to almost be like a Jerry Jones level of showmanship. I feel like it's certainly possible, but it's got to be, you got to really nail the circumstances more so than some of the other places.
No doubt, and I think they need to win. That's the elephant in the room is, even the teams that have been here forever, if they're not winning, they have trouble getting people in the stands.
5.
Deshaun Watson is back to throwing full speed again. He is... shoulder surgery.
When I saw this headline yesterday, I kind of was like, oh, that's where we are with Deshaun?
We are.
I thought for some reason in my mind, I thought he had already pretty much recovered, like that potentially he could have come back by the playoffs if he had to. My timeline was all off. So he's throwing full speed again. Good.
Back to throwing
Once he starts throwing off a mound.
Back to throwing full. He's doing soft toss today, and then he's got a bullpen, and then he's throwing off a mound. Here is Kevin Stefanski, head coach of the Cleveland Browns, on Deshaun Watson.
We'll make sure that we are smart about Deshaun's rehab and focus on getting him ready for the season. And when he's ready to contribute in practice, he'll be out there based on what the medical staff tells us. Now, having said that, we're putting the system together. We're full speed ahead and in these meeting rooms, and when we get out on that practice field, we'll constantly trying to get better as an offense, but we're not going to speed Deshaun up just to get the offense sped up.
It is wild to think, Seth. The last time Deshaun Watson played good, winning football was in 2019. That's 5 years ago.
It's been a long time.
5 years.
2020, the COVID year, where there was like some good, some bad. Like he played well by some passing metrics. He got into a little, I don't want to say hot water. He's not going to get in trouble for it, but he angered Steelers fans. Like last week, there was some show where he was watching film, and I don't know in what context he said it, but basically he said that the Steelers' base defense is kind of limited, so you can work off of that, or you know what to expect. Steelers fans got all up in arms about that, and it did though make me think of 2020. I remember I believe it was 2020. The Texans went up and they played the Steelers.
Yeah.
And I went back afterwards. I did a breakdown on this, and this is where I was like, okay, well, this is absurd. The Steelers, every single time they sent a safety or cornerback blitz, it was with zero. They didn't look at the quarterback at all. Like they knew exactly when to run blitz and that it was going to be a run and what was coming. And it was like 8 times in the game to where it was obvious that the Texans had a tell of some sort. And I was so frustrated because it had been happening forever with Bill O'Brien and Deshaun Watson. It was so easy to diagnose and see what was coming. That I thought it was curious that he pointed out the Steelers. And I hope for the Browns' sake that Stefanski has figured out some of Deshaun's tells and how obvious they are. I know Stefanski does worry about it more than Bill O'Brien. I've seen articles with him talking about it.
Talking about the ball fakes and everything else. He's way more attention to detail, it seems like.
6.
All right, this made the rounds yesterday. Caitlin Clark had her first press conference in Indiana. She was the first pick in the WNBA draft, of course, the legendary player from Iowa. She's now a member of the Indiana Fever. She had her press conference. And the one question that made the rounds, Greg Doyle of the Indianapolis Star, and we got to set the scene. Caitlin Clark likes to do the Jeremy Pena hard hands. That's kind of one of her things.
Those are the Taylor Swift hard hands.
The Taylor Swift. For us, it's Pena here in Houston.
Right.
Taylor who? God, I hope my daughter's not listening. So Greg Doyle did it in the press conference prior to addressing her with a question, and it turned into a super-duper awkward exchange.
Hi, Caitlin. Greg Doyle, Indy Star. Real quick, let me do this.
You like that?
I like that you're here. I like that you're here.
I do that at my family after every game, so.
Okay, well, let's start doing it to me, and we'll be able to get along just fine. So, question is.
Okay, so that was awkward.
It was awkward. This is the part. You heard a lot of laughter there in the background. I don't know. I think it was as much about his voice as it was there was a level of creepiness there that extends beyond just the transcripts. I think that's what it was more than anything. He sounds like a creeper in a movie. I think there was a way that maybe he could have pulled that off where it didn't quite sound so creepy, because I don't think he meant it in a creepy sexual way. Or am I too naive on this?
Well, no, I don't think.
Was it supposed to be flirtatious?
I
don't know if
I definitely don't think it was. I don't think he was hitting on Caitlin Clark or anything
Right,
like that.
right,
He is. I'll try to be kind here. He's a very awkward person, and he's an admittedly awkward person.
Yeah.
Who's very, kind of maybe brash and overstated in press conference. And Greg Doyle,
he's pissed off a lot of like Colts coaches and GMs and what have you.
Greg Doyle likes to have Greg Doyle be part of the story quite a bit. Let's just put it that way.
He had a mohawk. He used to have a mohawk forever and everything, and kind of in a way that a look at me type of way.
His column coming off of this press conference was about that exchange, where he's apologizing to her. Like, he literally, like, his big take on Clark's conference, where he's writing his column, was the exchange he had with her.
Well, and I think the big thing is where I can see from, this is where it's, like, without going into Me Too territory or anything, where I get, like, from the WNBA side of things, it's kind of it would be kind of insulting, is that, like, okay, he's an actual big J journalist. Like, it's supposed to be going by journalistic standards and ethics and everything. You're not supposed to fangirl over one of the athletes that you're covering.
Right.
He turned into total, like, oh my God, like, it's almost like you're not taking the sport seriously.
Yeah.
Like, to be like, you're not gonna say that to LeBron James or somebody like that. Like, hey, LeBron, I'm your biggest fan. Hard hands. Yeah.
Remember that time? ...
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's where it was, because I think it's not from a creepy sexual side that I thought it was weird. I thought it was weird just from an actual. That dude went to journalism school and writes for a newspaper, and he's acting that way about an athlete he's covering.
Yep.
7.
Quick one here. Patrick Mahomes named one of Time Magazine's 100 most influential people.
Oh.
Are we buying this?
You, Patrick.
Yeah. Are you influenced at all by Patrick Mahomes?
I got to be honest with you. The influential people list, I never quite exactly sure. Like, okay, like, there's people that are super famous, but they might not exercise that influence.
Yeah.
I don't like, what are they? What's Pat Mahomes? I don't think Pat Mahomes is as influential as some other players who, I don't know, are there maybe, I don't know. He doesn't seem like a guy that's influencing people in the business side of things or anything. Like, LeBron got to the point where he was kind of re-engineering the way business is done.
Sure.
I don't know if Pat Mahomes is quite there.
I don't either.
In terms of that. And I say that while saying he's
awesome.
Clearly the best football player of this generation.
Right.
8.
Last one. Congrats to Ryan Elvin, U of H walk-on legend, Cougs basketball player, graduate assistant for the Cougs. I got a big reaction from the Cougs yesterday. They love old Ryan Elvin, man, when he comes in and drops threes at the end of games. Walk-on. So that was cool. So let's toss that one in there for the Cougs in the 8 at 8. The Chevron Championship, the first major of the year for the LPGA Tour. It's happening this weekend in the Woodlands. Adult tickets start at $35. Kids 17 and under, free. So get out there. Great weekend to watch some golf. The best golfers in the world tee it up. Tickets and information at the ChevronChampionship.com. That's where you can get your tickets. All right, up next, Seth just talked about having a tell. It turns out, according to Mark Schlereth, the Texans had a tell in their run game last year, and he thinks that's why they had such a difficult time running the football. What was the Texans' tell in their run game? We'll hear from Mark Schlereth, former offensive lineman, 3-time Super Bowl winner, who was a guest on my Utopia podcast this week. That is coming up next. Men'sTClinic.com. If you're a guy
O'Neill.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you, Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. I have Mark Schlereth as the guest on my Utopia football podcast this week, or for Thursday. 2 episodes a week. Tuesday's the mailbag, Thursday's the guest. So this drops today, but we've got some nuggets from it. You can hear the entire conversation wherever it is you get your podcast. Hugh, H-O-U, Utopia football podcast. I asked Mark Schlereth, Seth, about the offensive line and the run game for the Texans, and I thought this was interesting. You just talked in the previous segment about having a tell. I forget what we were talking about, but having a tell.
The Texans when they played the Steelers.
Yeah.
A few years ago.
Yep. Yeah. That's right, back in 2020. Mark Schlereth said the Texans had a tell in their running game this season.
There were 2 distinct kind of conceptual ideas about the way they were going to run the ball, and it became a real tell, which is a real hard thing, for your offensive line, because Singletary was a more of a zone, cutback runner, more fluid, where Pierce is more of a gap, straight downhill duo, that type of runner. And so depending on which guy was in, you already told the defense, if we run the ball, this is what we're running.
Yeah, and the other part of that too is it's not even necessarily always that you're saying exactly what you're going to run. It's just when the defense knows what you're good at and what you're bad at. That's where it's almost like I think sometimes you make too much as a defensive player. It's not as important to know exactly what play is coming. Most of the time, it's more that a lot of times you know what they're bad at out of a certain formation, or what would be like what is unlikely to be run, and then you can really focus your energy and your power at stopping the stuff that's dangerous. And it got very easy for the Texans to figure that out between Devin Singletary and Dameon Pierce.
Well, and the question that I asked, and the question that led to that answer was what improvements can we expect to see with you having played in that system, the Mike Shanahan system? We hear that that's a system that, year 2 is where you see the big jump. It's a tough system for people to kind of grasp fully in 1 year. What kind of jump can we expect to see from the Texans' offensive line? He eventually got to the offensive line, but his initial reaction about the running game was it had more to do with the running backs than it did the offensive line.
Yeah.
And he was very bullish on what Joe Mixon could bring to the table for them.
Oh yeah, and because Mixon's been doing similar stuff, there's no concern about him fitting into the system or not.
That's right.
So that part of it I think is good. He also Mixon. I know one thing the Bengals fans got frustrated with him is that he doesn't necessarily maintain his balance well after contact, that's the kind of stuff that keeps you from being an awesome back. I think when it comes to just executing this system, in some respects Mixon's running style is good because, first and foremost, they don't want to have any negative carries. So, they really put a premium on, we don't want to get behind in the sticks. You got to get 4 yards. Get 4 yards. You got to figure out a way to get 4 yards. They'd rather have, steady 4, 5, 6 yard gains than a few home runs, but then a bunch of, 0 yards or stuffs or tackles for a loss, which they've had the last few years.
That's so funny you say that. At one point during the conversation with Schlereth, we were talking about the running game, and he was bringing up numbers about when the quarterback's under center versus in gun, because the Bengals are in gun a lot, so that he thinks it'll be better here for Mixon with the quarterback being under center.
Well, yeah, that was a huge part of last year. Remember the stat I had, Sean, where it was through the end of November, the Bengals had been in gun on 97% of their runs. And in this scheme, Joe Mixon is going to be really good for what they want to do in this scheme, which is have the quarterback under center. And the running back gets a big old downhill head of steam before he even hand off.
Yep.
And it's just a whole different dynamic than trying to run out of gun. So some of the Joe Mixon drop off last year, it looks startling when you look at some of the advanced stats. It's very definitively tied to which formations he's running out of. That's why I'm not concerned about it.
And they're having to protect Joe Burrow, and that's a lot of the reason why they're doing some of the things they're doing. They don't have that issue here, and CJ's under center a ton. And Schler, and you can hear Schler talk about it fully on the podcast. I didn't pull these cuts, but since we're talking about it, he said they did a study in Carolina when Christian McCaffrey was there about McCaffrey running out of shotgun versus running out of when the quarterback's under center, and he gained a full yard more when they were running out from under center because, like you said, that head of steam is a fraction of a second that the defense needs, that the defense doesn't get to react to Christian McCaffrey.
It's the difference between riding your bike on the right-hand side of the road or the left. You know, that closing speed.
Yeah.
There's a reason you ride on the right-hand side of the road because there's the closing speed isn't as great for the cars that might hit you.
Yep.
So like when you've got QB under center, the running back gets a downhill look at everything and has vision before the handoff that allows them to make some of the decisions in advance, just a whole different, and it makes life a lot more miserable for the linebackers, first and foremost. That's why the play action is so effective with a QB under center.
And he talked about play action, too, in the conversation. It's a good conversation. Yeah. A little more with Schlereth here. He, of course, is in Denver, 104.3 The Fan. I think some Texan fans are still maybe not enamored with, but interested in as far as free agents go, you know, when names come up as to who's still out there. And, boy, the Texans still do have a decent chunk of cap space, I'll say. Justin Simmons, Schlereth covers him on a daily basis. Here is Mark Schlereth on former Broncos safety and now free agent and Pro Bowler Justin Simmons.
So for Justin, I think for him, he'll be in shape, he'll train. He's, like I said, he's one of the great people in this league. He really is, which to me fits completely with what I know about the Houston Texans organization and the time I've spent with you guys. And he's going to sit and wait till after the draft and see what the best fit for him is that gives him the best chance to be a playoff contender and a Super Bowl contender. Because let's face it, and you know, he got drafted here in Denver in 2016.
Yeah.
And they went 9-7 that year, and they haven't had a winning season in all his years in Denver with Pro Bowls and All Pro, and so that'd be a great fit for him.
Dude, that's honestly, I'll be the first to point out to people that the Broncos haven't had a good season in a long time because people continue to talk about the Broncos like they were a perennial playoff contender, like 4 years after they stopped making the playoffs. But the fact that Justin Simmons has never actually had NFL success as a team, on his team, that's kind of weird. After playing his career with the Broncos, that feels weird.
Right.
That's the fact that for him, step going to a team that's looked at as a Super Bowl or a playoff contender. I think that the one with Justin Simmons, though, in coming here as a free agent, even after the draft, is Simmons is going to have a lot of questions, obviously. Like, okay, I look at the depth chart, and you got Jimmy Ward and you got Jalen Petrie on there as their starters. How exactly am I fitting in, and what's it going to look like?
Yeah, it's funny. You would like this part of the conversation, Seth, with Schlereth, because the initial part when I asked him about Simmons, and part of my question was, what do we think he's looking for contractually? Does he think he's still that guy? He was making $15 million a year, and Schlereth said these guys need to realize none of them are making $15 million a year anymore, and he called it the Vic Fangio effect. And he said Fangio was the one that started playing those high shells with the safeties there, which made the safeties these erasers in the defenses, and Vic Fangio got a lot of safeties paid because of that defense he was playing.
Right.
Then guys like Kyle Shanahan and other Coop Shanahan guys figure out, all right, well, we just start throwing underneath and let guys catch and run. That's the way to combat. So the league is now adjusted to where, sorry, safeties, you missed your window to get that Vic Fangio rub.
No, I got to think, Vic has probably been chuckling a lot over the past decade or so when people,
For those who don't know, you played for Vic.
Yeah, I played for Fangio. Yeah, people are acting like he invented cover two. It's hilarious because it turned everything comes in cycles in the NFL, and Vic's out there doing a lot of stuff that frankly they've been doing a lot at various times in the history of the NFL. Fangio's been in the NFL, the USFL and NFL since the 1980s, all of that is awesome, but especially when you've got really, really good linebackers. Because if you're going to play your safeties super deep, that means your linebackers have to cover like crazy. So when Fangio was in San Francisco, he had those stud linebackers. You could do a lot of different stuff. You got to have the right personnel to do it.
Yeah.
And but people start trying to just cram everybody into Fangio's system, and you realize, it's not as simple as that.
Yeah, he thinks Schlereth thinks 7 or 8 million is around the number for a safety like Justin Simmons now, whereas it was double that, when the safety, the quote Vic Fangio effect was going on.
But you also, I mean, there is still room for the people who are the freak athletes of the world and everything.
For sure.
And like Justin Simmons isn't that guy right now.
Right.
You know, Jalen Petrie, I think, can be a viable, good, maybe a really, really good NFL safety. He doesn't have the elite traits of some of the guys that are like genuinely exceptional safeties.
Well, I think, but you also have two safeties as well. If indeed you were entertaining signing Justin Simmons, and I would love that. Like that would be a Schefter tweet that if we saw, that would get me really excited. You know, independent of what the numbers are. I'm assuming whatever the numbers are, that Nick Caserio is doing it in a very responsible fashion. So I don't think it's not going to be an overpay. That we know. But you do have two safeties right now in Petrie and Ward that could bump down and play slot corner if you wanted to. You know, it is possible to get all three of those safeties on the field at the same time.
Yeah. And that's, again, you know, when it comes to depending on what the matchups are, especially versus tight ends, like having more safeties on the field, the better. And like on a game-by-game basis, there's a lot of really good reasons to have Justin Simmons on his team, even if he wasn't starting. I think it would probably start off being Jimmy Ward and Justin Simmons, but then you would still also have a lot of reasons and options for Jalen Petrie. So it's I'm not saying they shouldn't do it, but if it's going to be a little bit more of a less defined role for Justin Simmons, it might also mean he might want a little bit more money to come here compared to somewhere else.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. I said back during the college football season that I was waiting. When I saw this player do what he did during the college football season, I said, man, I cannot wait for the anonymous scouts to weigh in on this. It took us till a week before the draft, but they're coming out of the woodwork, and I am here for it, and you'll be here for it as well, and that is coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. I'm also here for Ruben Mendoza, the GM of West Point Lincoln.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, you know that ever since I saw that USC game where Caleb Williams' first instinct after losing a game was to run up into the stands and sob into his mom's shoulder.
Yes. And we were quickly admonished by adult sports media that if you were to make any kind of judgment about that whatsoever, then you're the worst person on earth, and that somehow you probably, throw kittens in sacks off of bridges into rivers.
Right.
Yeah, like all of that. You cruel-hearted monster. How could you be upset about the leader of the football team crying in his mama's arms in front of everybody? How could you possibly think that might be relevant?
I poked fun at it and walked over and kicked a puppy and then started making fun of it even more. Yes, horrible person.
I know, it was right. And then all the jokes you told that I recorded in my pocket.
Right. Well, as it turns out, according to 8 anonymous scouts interviewed by Dan Pompei of The Athletic, They did an article here where they talked about the top 6 quarterback prospects. So Caleb Williams, Drake May, Jaden Daniels, J.J. McCarthy, and then Bo Nixon, Michael Penix they threw in there. Those are the top 6 guys. Those are the 6 quarterbacks that are believed to be able to go in the first round of this draft that's coming up a week from now. So
that's their alliance.
Yeah, that's right.
So
Survivor.
Six.
That's the 6. Yeah. So Dan Pompei did an article, and he talked to 8 different scouts, and they came up with a scoring system for intangibles. I don't need to go too deep on the scoring system here, but they tried to come up with some way to measure the seemingly immeasurable. And of those 6 quarterbacks that I just named, in the intangibles department, ironically, because he's probably going to go first in the draft, last place among the 6, Caleb Williams, USC. 124 points, whatever that means, but it's more about the comments.
So it's ironic. That's Jose Abreu's OPS right now, I believe.
It's 124, yes.
Yeah.
So we know that Caleb Williams gets compared to Patrick Mahomes in terms of the physical traits a lot, right? The arm talent and the elusiveness, all those things, all the ability to improv and whatnot. 4 of the 8 scouts rated Williams last overall in immeasurables, and 3 rated him next to last. So none of these 8 scouts are all that big on the intangible stuff, the immeasurable stuff with Caleb Williams.
But most of them don't think that he's the absolute worst amongst it. It's just he had the most negative or mediocre votes out of all of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever that's worth.
Okay. So here are some of the comments from the scouts. Scout number 2. I think his toughness has yet to be determined. He's had a red carpet runway experience at every stop and hasn't had much to overcome. But when you end up sobbing in your mom's arms after getting beat, that's a disqualifier for people who aren't picking in the top few picks, which is a curious thing to say. I would think, I guess maybe if you're picking in the top few picks, you're ready to swing for the fences, but other teams are just like that.
Right, yeah, okay. If he drops to 10, then he's not good enough for us. But if we're in the top 3, all right.
Let's agree we don't understand that last part, but the mere bringing up of the sobbing in your mom's arms after getting beat.
I will say, it is interesting. Something happens when people play football in Los Angeles, or they put a team in Los Angeles or something, where all of a sudden everybody talks about it like there's nothing that can be bad in Los Angeles. Like you're out surfing every morning or something, and that's why anybody would want the job at either USC or the Chargers. Instead of the reality, which is football coaches are in a bunker 18 hours a day. Yeah. They never see the sunshine. So likewise, is it fair to say that Caleb Williams hasn't faced adversity at USC? I mean, they drastically fell short of expectations.
This year
I feel like that's actually. I felt like he had adversity this year.
Well, I think to your point, I agree with you. His reaction was to go cry in his mom's arms. That's and look, here's a scout who's bringing it up. You know what I mean? It's
no. It is look. There's an element. All of the stuff that people talk about with character, body language, everything. I think it's largely overblown, except when it comes to the quarterback.
Right.
Because you are who people look to as the face of the organization. The players look at the quarterback and kind of, just like on a football team, players take on the personality of their head coach. They also take on a lot of cues from the quarterback, on offense especially. So, no, I think that's, yes. As a human being, there's nothing wrong with Caleb Williams crying in his mother's arms. As a quarterback, it's a different story.
Right. Now, here's a scout who kind of takes up for Williams. He says, I think the crying incident was more frustration. He's a competitor and doesn't quit on plays. I'd say he's extremely tough, end quote.
Okay, so nobody that saw him crying thought it was that he was crying because he wasn't competitive.
Right, we all agree it was frustration, right?
Lots of super competitive kids throw tantrums and cry or melt down or don't handle themselves emotionally well when they're 12. That's the whole thing. A young Peyton Manning, I would imagine. I could imagine this completely and totally out of a hyper-competitive 12-year-old Peyton Manning. It's just a matter of, all right, once you get up and you're the face of the team and all of that, are you still responding to certain things the way that teenagers or preteens do?
Yep.
It's a reasonable question.
Yep. There's some interesting ones in here.
Or crying after a game, like it's honestly, there's nothing to be ashamed about as a grown man crying whatsoever.
Yeah.
It's not like there's zero to be ashamed about with that.
Right.
It's just a matter of like the public side of it.
Yeah.
And in what circumstance.
Well, read the room. Like he gets a lot of criticism in here about body language from
crying in your mom's arms after you win the championship. Totally acceptable.
Yes.
100% acceptable. You know.
He takes scout number 8. He takes hits and gets up, and he's handled a lot of pressure well. That makes him a 4. What makes him a 4 instead of a 5 for me in toughness is how he shows some disappointment with his body language. He buries his head in a towel and doesn't always act the way you'd hope after the game.
Right. And look, this is something that I think C.J. Stroud did extremely well in the first part of the season when he was dealing in that Ravens game with 4 backup offensive linemen. There was never a point this season where I thought that he expressed frustration with the offensive line. Now, over time, that can change as his leadership grows. You know, with when he's the taskmaster, but that's different than it's different to be proactively coaching guys up versus just going into a tank or having a towel over your head or doing a lot of the stuff like that. Like CJ's very aware of that stuff. And, worked on it in college, talked about it with Ryan Day. However much Caleb Williams has talked about that with Lincoln Riley, it doesn't seem to have had the same effect.
How about this one? And I'm cherry picking. There's like 25 comments in here. I'm picking the ones that are the most interesting. Between series, this is a scout saying this, between series, he wasn't a guy who went up and down the bench to talk to teammates. They had to come to him. I thought he operated in a bit of a silo, but teammates do speak highly of him, end quote.
That's interesting.
So does he need to be – that feels like he's not – I don't even know if it's the rah-rah guy. Like, I feel like –
we're just going out, like being like, oh, hey, I got to talk to the receivers about something.
About this.
He's going, seeking them out and talking to them about it.
CJ does that. Right. Like, CJ is very active on the sidelines.
Talking to the offensive lineman about pass protection or, having your center change his jersey because it's too sweaty, like CJ did this year.
Right. No, seriously, stuff like that, absolutely.
Like that kind of stuff,
Yep, no question.
That's the whole thing, because people love their military analogies, but I think sometimes when football players start doing the military analogy, they assign themselves too high a rank. Like there's certain things that generals don't do, There's certain things that colonels don't do. But none of us in this game are generals or colonels.
No.
We are, if you're a player on the field, you're a non-commissioned officer. You gotta get your hands dirty.
Yep.
You're gonna lead in a different way than don't be calling yourself a CEO or something.
Right.
You're a mid-level manager, and sometimes you got to be the one unloading the delivery truck.
Yes. Yes. Text message. Everyone cries in their mom's shoulder after losing a game. ... when they're 5.
Exactly right. I know. It doesn't help him that his dad's kind of pulling all the strings behind the scenes too. You get very much this in that is a little too I think that's where the sheltered part comes from. Probably is in having a father that's very involved in all the business aspects and having a mother who opens up her bosom for her son to cry in.
Yes. Dude, this is...
I wish she would have had she probably would have breastfed him if she'd had a shawl, but she didn't,
Well, there was a towel of some sort there, like over him,
Maybe that was the breastfeeding shawl.
Could have been going on. Yeah, man, we don't know.
What age, what's the over-under on the age at which he stopped breastfeeding?
9.5.
Let's do it by geography.
9.5.
He's hills of West Virginia.
Yes.
That's
Yep.
My brother, when he was recruiting for my brother used to recruit wrestling, and in like West Virginia and a lot of backwoods places in PA.
Yeah.
And that was one of the weirder moments he had was when he was speaking to a recruit, and a kid like way older than anybody. A kid speaking perfect sentences and wearing little kid clothes walked up and took a suckle off of Mama. Well, they were sitting there talking.
No.
Yeah.
Are you?
It's like 4 years old or so is what he thought maybe. Yeah.
Oh my God. Hey, Ma! Get over here.
Ma! Did you eat some lasagna?
I said no asparagus,
I'm going to need you to eat some lasagna.
Kid's got like a pube mustache. Hey, Ma!
Got some lasagna-flavored milk, please.
Someone says Tebow cried at Florida. Okay.
Yeah, good call.
Yeah.
Tebow cried as he was an awesome NFL quarterback. Yeah. There's no part of being sheltered at Florida that helped him succeed or anything.
Yeah, right.
That's a good point, though. Tebow did cry in that annoying speech that he gave about going so hard and everything that they actually memorialized.
They did. They made a plaque.
It's one of the more embarrassing speeches in the history of American sport.
No team will try harder.
It's honestly, it was the stupid, most blubbering nonsense idiocy.
I promise you.
Like Tebow, when Tebow got to the NFL, there were people in the huddle who were like, "Will you shut the hell up with your pep talks and just call the play?
Ask David.
And come out here and try not to throw a wobbly duck of an interception."
David Anderson was in Broncos camp in 2011. He's got some awesome Tebow stories.
Oh, yeah. Tebow's act wore real thin once they realized he couldn't play football.
Yeah, and of all the people like David Anderson, who now runs an analytics company, like of all the people get into the huddle and listen to all the rah-rah stuff from Tebow. Like,
hey, guys, I'm the worst player on the team. Let's do it.
Yeah. Guy's throwing like he's throwing a shot put. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. We head into the 9 o'clock hour. Justin,
I just want everybody. I want all Payne and Pendergast listeners to know.
I promise.
We'll be better.
Justin Verlander starts tomorrow for the Astros. This is a pretty damn important start for one person in particular, and it ain't Justin Verlander. We'll tell you who it is coming up next.
I'll tell you what. There's one time I feel like crying. If you've been in an accident and it wasn't your fault, you need
Contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
This is a disastrous Astros season so far. 6-14. It's really bad.
Oh, they got to you too, huh, Sean?
Did. Yep.
Maybe somebody needs to remind you.
Yeah.
162 games.
Yep. That's what
Right.
Yeah, those people they're dwindling right now.
They are. They're like, oh.
They've been awfully quiet lately.
Last time we were saying 162 games was maybe 2016. And they actually had a better record than the Astros do now, and they didn't make the playoffs. Huh?
6-14 right now. They're off today. Thank God.
The big thing is they're only 4.5 games back. The entire division is kind of a mess right now.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's a saving grace in all this. And they're going to play all these teams at some point that are ahead of them. They played the Rangers a bunch already. Thank God they're 4-3 against the Rangers. They're 2-11 against everybody else. So they've already been swept 3 times. I think I saw Landry tweet this. They were swept 4 times the entire season last year. They've been swept 3 times, and it's not even – the NFL draft hasn't even gotten here yet. They've been swept 3 times.
Sounds like they're on pace to just only have 1 for the rest of the year, so we're good to go.
Yeah,
that's pretty good. If they're gonna spread it out, just 4 in the season, we've already got 3 out of the way.
Should be a hell of a year.
Yeah.
Justin Verlander starts tomorrow night.
Yeah,
he his first start of the year for the Astros. Of course, he had some shoulder discomfort. Late getting started, so he's really been operating as if the run-up here has been spring training. He was doing stuff at the end of the actual spring training, got a couple rehab starts in, which he himself basically called his spring training. Didn't look great in the box score, but I'm willing to write that off as long as the velocity was good and he was getting he felt good after the requisite number of pitches that he was throwing and so forth. This start tomorrow for Verlander, Seth, I feel like this is a pretty damn important start for Jim Crane. For Justin Verlander. You know what I mean? Like, the theme of the season so far is that the Jim Crane-led moves are all blowing up in the face of the Astros right now.
Right. It's like if one of your criticisms was that Jim Crane doesn't spend enough money, he's spending a boatload of money.
Yeah.
The third most in MLB right now. It's just that a lot of that money so far is not showing up in the results.
Jose Abreu blowing up in his face right now. Josh Hader. Yesterday, notwithstanding, struck out the side yesterday. That was good progress. We like seeing that, but the season at large, not been good for Josh Hader. Yeah. I don't think it's a reach to say that the ripple effect of getting Hader and pushing Presley back to the 8th has had some sort of effect on Ryan Presley, who, again, was not good yesterday. I know he didn't get help by Jose Abreu, but there was not a lot of other good stuff going on in that inning tied to Presley. Montero's been okay this year, so we'll put that one on the shelf for now.
Altuve's been, if you want to include the Altuve extension. I mean, it's not like Altuve wasn't going to be here, but at least so far, that was a good signing.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it doesn't kick in until next year, but yeah, sure.
But he's, at the very least, one of the people you paid is the best player on the team right now.
The best player's doing awesome. Yeah. So, but the moves have largely been poor, and the results have been poor on these specific moves. The Verlander trade, I think, is 100% a Jim Crane move. 100%. Yeah. Like, he's very fond of Justin Verlander. It's at the level that it would need Crane's approval anyways. It was that way when Jeff Luhnow needed Jim Crane's approval on the Justin Verlander deal the first time it was brought around. So this is in the age of recency that we live in now with Astro fans, in the midst of a 6-14 start, if Justin Verlander goes out and gets shelled tomorrow against Washington, this is another thing we'll be coming in on Monday and talking about the litany of moves, that have been made by this team.
Yeah, I think the big thing that I'm a little bit uncomfortable with Verlander about is just that, look, he doesn't have to worry about money or anything, for the rest of his life, but he does have a huge bonus or vesting tied to pitching 140 innings. I worry that anything at all gets hurried just because of that. You put him on, if he has, 30 starts and goes 5 innings on average like that, which would be typically easy for him, he can reach that number. But I would hate if that clouds his decision making at all on when he comes back, or if he actually needs another rehab start, even subconsciously. I don't think it would affect him consciously, but there might be that thing looming over him that he presses too hard.
Yeah. So, no, that's true. It is hanging out. It is kind of hanging out there for him. So Verlander starts tomorrow. It's a big start. Big start for the Jim Crane perception, I think, as far as the moves he's had his fingerprints on.
He's pitched 78 innings or fewer in both his starts. So he'll probably be on a pitch
78 pitches. Okay,
pitches. Excuse me. Yeah. Same thing, Sean. So or fewer since in his 2 rehab starts. So I'm guessing he's going to have an 80-pitch limit. And, with Verlander, you never know. That could end up being a complete game, damn near. It would be really nice if we went 7 innings on 73 pitches or something. I'm not opposed to it.
It would be great. It would be great. Text message, I'd trade Bregman and Tucker. They're gone after this year anyways. Let me stop right there. Tucker has 1 more year of team control left. So Bregman's a free agent after this year. Tucker would be a free agent after 2025. Continuing. They're gone after this year anyways, and they would reload the farm system, either that or lose them for nothing during a probable lost season. Look, if the season keeps going like this, that's going to be a huge topic. That'll be, we haven't been in this spot in a long, long time for Astro fans where you're not good enough to feel like you're competing, yet you have assets on the roster that are worth trading. Like, this is probably the last time. If we get to that stage, and usually about June is where that kicks in, is where you start to determine, are we a buyer or a seller, or at least speculate about it. That hasn't been a topic since 2010 and 2011 when they're shipping out Lance Berkman and Roy Oswalt and Hunter Pence and Michael Bourne.
And I guess the thing I would say about the suggestion of just trading away both those guys is the teams have now established that you don't have to, and it might not be the best strategy anymore to just outright tank, because there's too many teams. You're in a competition with too many people who are thinking the same way. So there is a middle road to where you can build and rebuild, but we have a soft reset or sustained success. And I think that means that you gotta keep either Tucker or Bregman, and Tucker is the one that obviously makes the most sense, given the current results especially.
Well, and you got a year, whoever trades for him has another year of team control on him. Bregman would be a true rental for whoever, let's say extend him, but he'd be a true rental. Here's the thing, Alex Bregman needs to start hitting. He needs to start demonstrating that he, in 2024, is an asset worth trading for if it comes to that, And the fact of the matter is, if it's a self-fulfilling thing, if it's hitting, he probably starts doing better. He's your 3 or 4 hole hitter,
I guess, it's just how bad can this slide be and how long can it last? I mean, one of the things that's the expanded playoffs are great in a lot of respects, but it also keeps a lot of teams that might otherwise be sellers at the trade deadline. Now you've got a realistic sniff of the playoffs, and teams don't want to do that to their fan base, just look like they're packing it in. So my guess would be, even if things are really bad for the Astros this year, at the trade deadline, they'll still be in playoff contention.
Yeah.
And that's when the really hard decisions are. Okay, do we actually trade away Bregman for what I guarantee will be less than people expect to get for him? And, do we do that now and just show that we're abandoning the playoff hopes?
I'm going to tell you right now, if in the building over there, if trading Bregman and Tucker is a conversation, it means that it means they've continued to go at a pace of 6-14 for the rest of the year. I mean, I don't know if people realize how bad they would have to be for Jim Crane to essentially quit on the season. That's quitting on the season if you're trading Bregman or Tucker. I mean, you're quitting on the season. Jim Crane, he's a lot of things. Quitter ain't one of them. Is my guess. Thank God.
He did also, Sean. He did lead one of the most brazen resets for year after year after year.
I don't count that as quitting. I don't count that as quitting.
Well, but it was losing strategically.
I get it.
So is there a point at the season in which it becomes okay? This is a long-term, intentional losing strategically.
No, I understand. You're right. It's a nuanced conversation. I get it. I view that as more cost of doing business versus you have a team. If you're trading Bregman or Tucker, you're trading them off of a team that has Justin Verlander, Yordan Alvarez, Jose Altuve. I could go on and on and on. Josh Hader that you gave a bunch of money to. Back then, and I know you know this, back then they're just tearing it down to the studs. That's part of, it's the process of getting where they are now. Thank God the NFL and the Texans have dominated the early part of the MLB season. Yeah, man. Send a fruit basket over to Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans. They've given us plenty of distractions from the Astros' janky-ass start.
Even the draft with the NFL feels more exciting than it should without a first-round pick because there's that chance that Caserio does trade up into the first round.
Yeah.
He's one of the most active GMs out there. He trades all over the place, sets records for numbers of trades on draft weekend, and anything is in play. They're not now. You don't want him to get up into the first half of the first round. That would be an absurdly high price, right? But there's that chance that on day one of the draft, roundabout, you get down into the 20s. You never know. The Texans might pop up onto your screen.
I would love to have a fly on the wall in the business office if Nick trades back up into the first round. Because they put the draft party on Friday when you got 2 seconds and a third, and we didn't do it on Thursday because there's no first-round pick. There's been a trade. The Texans are now on the clock at number 28, and they're like, oh, my God. They traded both of their second-round picks to move up into the first round.
You know what happens then, though, is that your first-round pick is at the draft party on Friday.
Oh, okay.
So there you go.
Yeah, good call.
And he'll trade back up into the second and third round at some point.
Oh, for sure. Can't help himself. Hey, did you see this thing yesterday where the recruiting video for LeBron to the Knicks leaked? Pablo Torre somehow got a hold of this video.
And I thought at first they were doing some kind of – I thought for sure they were setting this thing up, and I thought for sure it was going to be like a fake – something fake, like a cartoon or something, like that they were doing it satirically. But no, it was James Gandolfini, Tony from The Sopranos, and the
Edie
woman
Falco.
Edie Falco, who played his wife, sitting in an apartment looking like two people in the witness protection agency.
He's got a beard, he's wearing jeans. Yeah.
They're in character talking about LeBron James free agency.
Talking about bringing Tony's friend LeBron to New York. And so this is an actual video the Knicks put together in 2010 to try to recruit LeBron to New York when he was making his decision, capital D. Here is what that Sopranos portion of the video sounded like.
Yeah, I'll take you down.
Tony, I'm so glad we moved to New York. Life is so much better now.
Yeah, life's good here, Colin. Even if we are in the witness protection program.
Now, we just got to find a place for your friend LeBron to live. What's he like?
Well, he's a modern guy, but he respects tradition.
Well, here's something classy on the east side.
Was it big enough? It's going to be entertaining a lot of people in New York.
It's very expensive.
Oh, that's not going to be a problem. But you got to find something magnificent. Something there's nothing in the world like it. One of a kind, like he is.
Well, there's a place. It says it gets really loud there. Take a look.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's going to be perfect for him. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is...
Jay-Z plays. And the laughing that you're hearing is Pablo Torre and his two co-hosts kind of Mystery Science Theater 3000ing that video. Like, they're the ones laughing in the background as they're watching this thing. And the house, we should point out, is Madison Square Garden. is the home that they showed it.
And like the fact that Jay-Z was on there too is like, remember Jay-Z had just left the presentation with the Nets too. So like Jay-Z being on there was no accident. Yeah. It was honestly, I could watching these guys react to it. Yeah. I could tell they couldn't tell whether to crush it or be impressed.
Right.
Because I think you got to take yourself back to, if you looked at it and you didn't know anything about The Sopranos, I think you'd be like, this is the cheesiest, dumbest thing ever. But this is a couple years after the series is over. Yep. Still huge debate and people just theories about what actually happened when Tony Soprano, when everything goes to black in the series finale, whether he died or what have you. So this is basically James Gandolfini was heavy into this and came up with the ideas and everything. They wrote an epilogue to The Sopranos in which Tony Soprano actually went into the Witness Protection Agency and is like sitting around just hoping that LeBron comes to the Knicks.
Now, my favorite part, you're right. This is like, now we know how it ended. Tony's in Witness Protection, at least according to this Knicks video. Now, keep in mind, LeBron ended up going to Miami to play with Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh, who were also available in that free agency cycle. So rather than customizing a video for them, they just did this little thing where they essentially just cut and pasted Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh into the little snippet with the name. Anyways, take a listen here.
Now we just need to find a place for your friend Dwayne to live. What's he like?
Well, he's a modern guy, but he respects tradition.
All right, now Chris Bosh.
Now we just need to find a place for your friend Chris to live. What's he like?
Well, he's a modern guy, but he respects tradition.
All right, now, in case there's a no-namer that they were looking to recruit, how about this?
Now we just need to find a place for that basketball player to live. What's he like?
He's a modern guy.
No way.
But he respects tradition.
It's basically Mad Libs. It's Mad Libs.
That's awesome. It was like they were doing a green screen type video where like just take and do whatever you want with it later.
Right.
He's a modern guy, but he respects tradition.
All of them
somewhere a group of people sat around in the room and was like, what's the best way we could, what's the best compliment we could give to any of these young basketball stars?
Well, he's a modern guy, but he respects tradition.
Oh, yeah. They're going to be so flattered by that. That is the highest compliment you can pay to a 28-year-old basketball player.
As if like LeBron's going to be there and he sees James Gandolfini call him a modern guy, and he's like, I'm not sure what to think about that. And then he hears, but then I respect tradition. Oh, that's me. That is me.
It's like you knew me all along.
Nailed it, James.
Yep. It's like you knew me all along.
So it didn't work, though, huh?
Yeah. No, it didn't work.
I wonder if they did the research to know for sure that LeBron actually watched The Sopranos before that. That really blows up in your face if LeBron never even like watched Sopranos or understood the references.
Well, because do you remember what Mark Cuban did trying to lure Dwight Howard there? Because they knew that Dwight Howard was huge into like superhero
bunch
cartoons.
Of Coke or something? What did he do?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. They knew that Dwight was big into like superhero cartoons, so they literally had an animated cartoon, like a 5-minute cartoon made where Dwight is the superhero flying around rescuing everything in Dallas or something.
That is a smart thing to do with Dwight Howard.
Absolutely. It didn't work, but that's not a bad approach.
Sprinkled Skittles everywhere he went.
Yes.
Yes. Like when he sat down, there was a whoopee cushion there.
Right.
Dwight thought that was just like, you guys pulled out all the stops. Like all the old classics.
Oh, man. Those were fun times, man. Those were fun times. All right, Mark Schlereth, he was on my...
To be clear, everybody, that wasn't a joke about... There's no rumors or anything that Dwight was ever a big cokehead or anything. I was thinking that was more of a joke, a Mark Cuban joke, just about him being weird and cheesy.
Yep.
Yeah. Not accusing either of those guys of being big cokeheads.
Mark Schlereth was on my podcast, the Utopia podcast. It drops...
Talk about cokeheads.
If it hasn't dropped already, it is dropping this morning. He talked about your new wide receiver, Stephon Diggs. Who bears the brunt of holding Stephon Diggs accountable? What does Schlereth think of the way the Texans have been handling Diggs contractually? We'll get to all that coming up next.
What do you think about Ram pickup? Really good chance that you really, really like it.
78. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
The Utopia Football Podcast is my football podcast. Mark Schlereth is my guest this week. We've been playing some of his audio here on the show. He's not a big fan of the Stephon Diggs trade. He's concerned that Stephon Diggs is going to be, he's concerned Stephon Diggs could be a negative gravitational pull in the Texans locker room. If that is the case, who bears the brunt of holding Diggs accountable in that locker room?
I would say first and foremost, it's DeMeco Ryans. And DeMeco's, as you guys know in Houston, DeMeco is one of my favorite people. Well, you don't know this. He's one of my favorite people to meet with, but he is not a good coach, a great coach, and a great mentor. And ultimately, you have to hold Diggs accountable to a standard. And players have to do that as well. C.J. Stroud has to do that. Like, it becomes everybody's responsibility to a degree to do that. But ultimately, it lies in the head coach. And if you let him pass by whatever standard you have set, then again, you have set a new standard. And you can't allow that to happen.
Yeah, so that in the passing by the standard, Schlereth told a story on there about a relative of his who was in the military. Might be a grandfather or a father or something like that. Mm-hmm. But he always used to, this particular person always used to critique people like out in public, like, and tell them like if they were doing something wrong or they, or they were. Yeah. And at one point, Schlereth or whoever asked this person like, hey, Dad, or hey, Grandpa, why do you always do that? He's like, because if you don't do that, then that becomes the standard. If you allow this to happen, then that becomes the standard.
Except that he's doing it with like anybody and everybody.
People citizens.
Like people that honestly, like there was absolutely no reason for him to be trying to intervene or anything.
Right. But Schlereth used it as a point to illustrate that, like, if you allow Diggs. Yeah. To be Diggs in the locker room, then all of a sudden that becomes the standard for everybody else.
I think the thing is that if you look at the personal history of Stephon Diggs, it's fair to wonder and worry about whether or not he becomes a distraction. But you also have to look at the positive side of it, which is he seems like a pretty delightful guy a lot of the time. And I think when everybody is on their best behavior during a honeymoon period, and as long as things are going well on the football side of things, you shouldn't have to worry about it. I could see this ending up being a moment that DeMeco looks at, 5-10 years down the line where he's talking about is like, yeah, that's when I learned that you got to be careful with just how far you want to push it. Sure. I guess the question is just, all right, what's the exit plan if things go south? Have they talked or discussed that? And I think they probably have, because when Caserio was in New England, they would take chances and risks on guys all the time. It's just that if it wasn't working out and if it wasn't a fit, they cut immediately. They did not let anybody stick around to become a distraction or what have you. And that's where I think the real question isn't whether or not Diggs is going to work out. I'm pretty optimistic that he will on a one-year contract especially. But the real question is, are the Texans, do you think that they're comfortable enough just cutting it off if it wasn't working out? Would they eject immediately, like 3-4 weeks into the season, if it was something that was bad?
If it's bad enough, for sure. Yeah, you just pointed out, like, Caserio comes from an environment where they weren't afraid to do that in New England, and not that he's, as you and I have said many times, he's far from a copycat when it comes to all the New England stuff.
Well, and he's bailed on stuff very quickly before. I mean, one of the more curious ones was the defensive lineman the first year he was here that they traded for and then traded away.
Oh, Shaq Lawson.
Thank you, Shaq Lawson.
Shaq Lawson, yeah.
It's a weird saga of Shaq Lawson.
Yeah, they guaranteed him a bunch of money, and then they ejected.
They got him in, gave him some more guaranteed money, and then got rid of him as soon as it seemed like, okay, this might not be the guy we want.
Not working, yeah. So I think I had an interesting question asked of me on the mailbag on the podcast, and a listener asked, what do you think has a better chance of happening? The Texans win the Super Bowl this year, or the Texans eject, like you just said, from Stephon Diggs before the bye week this year because of issues with Stephon Diggs? Mm-hmm. I said Super Bowl just because I feel like I feel like this is going to work out. You know what I mean? I'm confident it's going to work out. I feel like things are built to withstand any sort of Diggs getting sideways, and I think the contract too is going to be a real regulator with Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, I think that the fact that everybody understood exactly why the Texans lopped off all those extra years, it does change. It changes how you feel about the compensation in the trade.
Mm-hmm.
But if that's what was like the slam dunk for getting the absolute best version of Stephon Diggs, it could end up working out really well. And I think that's where, honestly, that was probably the moment I realized, oh yeah, these guys are like all in on trying to win the Super Bowl this year.
Yes.
Like there's like, it might, however you think realistic that is or not, or what have you, or how much you would gamble on it, that's where it felt like, oh yeah, this is strictly paying a good chunk of both draft capital and money for 1 year with Stephon Diggs because they think it's as good a year as any to go try to win the Super Bowl, which is pretty damn cool.
Yep, Schlereth liked the move of lopping off all those years, the unguaranteed years on Diggs' contract, and making it a 1 year deal.
I think it was smart by the organization to do what they did, to make that a 1 year deal. I still have a tough time with paying a receiver $22 million. I know that every position is dependent upon the other positions, but there's no more dependent position in football than wide receiver. Like if the quarterback isn't upright, if the offensive line doesn't do their job, there's a lot of things that go into that to make those guys have success. So I think that was a smooth, lumping it all into 1 year, and like you said, put a prove it year. Mm-hmm. And if he does, you're more than happy to go down that road with him and sign a new deal.
Yeah, that's the other thing. I mean, you have an exclusive negotiating window with Stephon Diggs through next March. Yeah. If it's working out, if he's somebody you want to keep. Now, if he has a big year, maybe somebody comes in and offers him more money. I don't know. I feel like Seth, he's on the cusp of the stage of his career where he's going to kind of turn into just a 1 or 2 year contract guy, for
and I guess
good but not great money.
Always the question after that point is, does he realize that? Does he understand that? I think Steven Nelson is a guy that's out there right now in the free agency market that might be coming to grips with the fact that, all right, you're at that age. It's not an insult, and it's not like a poor reflection on you as a person or as a player or anything, but you're going to be 31 years old this year.
Yep.
And that's old for a cornerback, especially not like you're not, it's not like you're coming off a good season, a solid season, but not like all pro or anything. So it might be 1 and 2 year contracts from here on out.
Texter makes a good point. We just got done in the previous segment playing the LeBron James recruitment video that the Knicks put together about 14 years ago, where they hired James Gandolfini and Edie Falco. You know them better as Tony and Carmela Soprano, to do a little skit in there to try to recruit LeBron to the Knicks.
And they looked in the skit. It was kind of like it gave the impression that they were in the Witness Protection Agency.
Yeah, I think even said they were in the skit.
Right. So it looks like they're sitting in this small New York apartment, kind of talking about what the Knicks are going to do.
Yeah, Tony's reading the paper. Carmela's on her laptop. Great point by a texter. New York City. Great place to hide out for a former Jersey mob boss. Great witness protection program.
Hey, to be fair,
nobody will recognize him with that beard on his face.
That was one of the weirder parts of The Sopranos, the movie, the TV show, was that Tony would at times hide out in the most luxurious hotel in New York.
Yeah.
Just by using there's people trying to kill him. He's like, I'll go to one of the most conspicuous places possible.
Plaza.
I'll just use a different name. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it might be in his wheelhouse there. I don't know if it was supposed to look like a New York apartment. I know that in real life it was actually James Gandolfini's New York apartment.
Okay.
So there was a window unit, air conditioner, and everything, and it wasn't. They made it look probably more cramped than it actually was.
Yeah.
But they actually did shoot it in James Gandolfini's New York apartment.
That's interesting. If you had to go into witness protection, where would you choose to go?
Oh, that's a great question, Sean.
Yeah.
Well, I guess, does it have to be in the United States? I guess so.
I think it does. Yeah.
They need to be able to grab you.
Extradition laws and whatnot.
Yeah. I've been looking at places to semi-retire to in South America as of late. Okay. I'm looking to buy basically a whole county somewhere.
Okay.
All right. I just I need to have this place on lockdown.
I hear you.
But it's a really good question. If I'm guessing the more exotic or really desirable places are off limits. They're gonna have a limit on how much put you for.
Yeah.
So the best place to live a comfortable lifestyle, but also like, you know,
Safe.
maybe if you have to live in an apartment or something, but it's safe, whatever. Yeah, I'm guessing like one of these smaller cities up in Wisconsin or something. Or
Okay.
Minnesota.
Yeah, you and I are similar mind.
Like out in the country a little bit, like somewhere out in the hills where you can go fishing, you can kind of go disappearing on the nature walks.
I'm somewhere in that Wyoming, Montana, Idaho area out there. You know, where you're right, there's a lot of lakes, a lot of small towns, you know, like little cowboy towns and stuff like that.
Seep your way into a militia here or there,
Yeah.
you know, just surreptitiously. You have
Right.
to live that life that
Scratch
you
that
always wanted
itch.
to live. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I think I've always thought like, man, Wyoming, like it's real quiet. It's cool at night, you know.
It's got to be a lot harder for the Witness Protection Agency these days now that
internet?
everybody's so searchable.
Yeah.
Like I almost feel like the Witness Protection Agency these days must encourage. If I were in charge, which someday I will be, I would encourage plastic surgery because like other than that, I mean, as facial recognition software gets better and better, when people are like, I don't know, this guy's story doesn't quite add up. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, that's a guy. He's a con. Yeah. He murdered 8 people, but he got out of it. But that's our new school vice principal.
Right,
Awesome.
Right,
awesome.
right. He's the new manager of your hardware store. Yeah, he's not going to steal any sharp tools. Don't worry.
Right.
It's all good. I always wondered that, too. You get those mobsters that go on the speaking circuit at different schools and stuff like that for gang or legal crime. I'm like, you're right out in the open, bro, like speaking at a college. I know they're probably not going to whack you in the auditorium, but you do have to get back to your car at some point.
I think the whole thing with the mob is there's a comedian. Is it Chris DiStefano? I don't want to. Mike and I had him in one once, and his father had been in the mob, and he tells all these stories about it. And he gets asked this all the time. It's like, how you're okay telling these stories? And basically the answer he gives is like, yeah, I mean, like. The FBI did a pretty good job on organized crime. Like they broke up, like anything that used to be, like in terms of cohesion or people like carrying out the code and everything. They just destroyed that by like turning so many people into informants.
Oh yeah.
So a lot of people telling stories from back in the old days. There's nobody around to give a damn, and
Right.
even if they did, like they can't really do anything about it.
That's
so
a good point.
I think now for the Witness Protection Agency, it's from more of some of the cartels. More
Makes
so than like
sense.
the old school mafia,
Yep,
you know?
that makes sense. Hey, the Chevron Championship is the first major of the year for the LPGA Tour. It's happening this weekend in the Woodlands. Adult tickets starting at $35. Kids 17 and under, you get in free. So get out there, watch the best golfers in the world, tee it up. Tickets and information at the ChevronChampionship.com. Nick Caserio meets with the media in about an hour and 22 minutes. What are we hoping to learn from the Texans GM? And this time a year ago, who did the odds makers think the Texans were going to be taking amidst all sorts of misinformation about them taking a quarterback? That's next.
Misinformation. It's an awful, horrible word, detestable word. The opposite of misinformation, super informed.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. 11 o'clock today, Nick Caserio meets with the media. Texans GM, pre-draft. I would imagine he'll get way more draft questions than D'Amico Ryan, Scott.
Yeah, D'Amico got very few other. He got questions about what he looks for in defensive tackles.
Yeah.
And not even specifically draft related. It was kind of dovetailing with a question about free agency. But it wasn't specifically about the draft. Yeah, I would imagine Caserio's going to get questions about potential of trading up, I suppose, or whether he's open to trading up. He's going to answer yes.
This will be the first Nick Caserio public comments since the Diggs trade. Also.
Right.
This is the first chance to ask, like, did you take everything into account, blah, blah, blah. You know, like probably some questions about Diggs and what did you learn before
the
trading
Diggs trade and, what makes you comfortable with that I'd like to know whether the lopping off the contracts was the years was something discussed before or after the trade.
Mm-hmm.
That's always interesting. And then I think the other thing, too, and I don't know if we'll ever get clarity on this. I guess maybe it doesn't matter, but I would love to know exactly how it happened, the Malik Collins trade and everything. Originally it was supposed to be reportedly Eric Armstead for Malik Collins, and then the Texans had to pivot and go after Danielle Hunter. But the trade for Malik Collins still went through.
Yeah, it's funny. When you ask about things like that with Nick, one of two things happens. Either he's incredibly candid about the process and everything, and here's how it went down. I remember we were talking about him with something, and he almost took us on like a blow-by-blow as to how it all went down. I don't remember what it was, but I remember
it was the trade. It was the way they were negotiating with the Cardinals.
That may have been what it was. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right. So yeah, he was going through that. It is what it was, Seth. In fact, so he was going through that in a lot of detail. The other things are things the things that don't fall into that category tend to get an answer of, well, we just did what we feel like is best for our team, and I feel like that's what the Malik Collins. It's worth asking for sure, but I feel like that's what we're going to get in that one. Probably because it involves Armstead, who's not on the Texans now. He's a Jacksonville Jaguar.
Oh, that's true. He does have to be very careful about that.
Got to be a little careful, yeah.
That's right. We got a revenge game versus Eric Armstead twice this year.
Twice, man. Twice.
Former almost Houston Texan.
Do you think in Tennessee, they're talking about the Texans as a revenge game because we stole two of their best defensive players?
Probably not. I think just because Alshire was only there for 1 year. So I don't know about that. I feel like Danico Autry might be a guy that puts a chip on his shoulder. So I think that they might not talk about it as much in Tennessee until after that first game, when Danico Autry takes somebody and breaks him over his knee. I worry about Danico Autry the same way Jay Foreman. Remember when we played the Bills in the second year of the franchise, Jay Foreman had come over from Buffalo, and Jay got 2 unsportsmanlike conduct penalties in that game. I don't know. Under modern rules, he'd probably be banned from the sport, but he's a little amped up. So I think Danico Autry might have one of those types of days.
Yeah. What else with Nick? Diggs trade, draft. I wonder how candid he'll be about maybe positions of strength in the draft, or if there's any sort of priorities he's got with those 2 second-round picks. I don't know.
Yeah. I think. The draft, the draft is tricky because he just won't go into a lot. I think he'll go over his philosophy of trading into different bands of players.
Mm-hmm.
I would be curious to see what he maybe, since we all know that he trades into bands of players, and that right there, I'm guessing at 43, they feel like that they expect that to be a pretty good band of players. He might offer up a little bit. Maybe, would he, about which position groups he thinks are going to be strong in that spot, or is that asking too much?
No, I don't know. Because they've needed everything the last couple drafts. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's been a less relevant question the last couple drafts because all 3 of his drafts, it's not really been a relevant question because in his first draft they hardly had any picks. They weren't picking until the 3rd round. The second draft, they needed everything. So whatever position there wasn't a single position that he could bring up where you're not like, well, the Texans need that. They needed everything in 2022. And then last year, I think we kind of knew which way the wind was blowing, which is, all right, they're going to take a quarterback. And then, that was the headliner in that draft. Beyond that, I don't know how much people, as long as you got C.J. Stroud, then the rest of the draft was what it was. So this is easily the most specific draft that I felt with Caserio on board in terms of, okay, they're picking 42 and they're picking 59, and I feel like they need to come away with this and this. I'd be like, I'd be shocked if 42 or 59 or some derivative of maneuvering around with those picks is not an interior defensive lineman. I would be shocked.
I think that's where, and especially that's where I think the bands of players come into it. There are a boatload of guys right now, honestly, that I watch these guys that are projected to go in the second and fourth rounds, and there's things to like about absolutely almost every one of them, but they're not. They're also not the perfect. They're not the perfect ones. They've got, there's a reason they're not going in the first round. That's where, whether you think it's a strength of the draft or not, it fits what the Texans need. And that with one of those picks in the second round, I think there's probably a lot of guys that they've got similarly graded, and they're going to take whoever they think is best.
If there's a position group that he maybe divulges like the depth of it, it might be the wide receiver group. Because that's just the theme of this draft. He's not breaking any news by doing that. You know what I mean? Like if they ask him, like, "Hey, what positions do you feel like?" He ain't breaking any news by saying, "Man, there's a lot of good wide receivers in this draft." So he might be candid about that. So yeah, this should be fun, man. I'm actually just in talking this through. I'm very anxious to hear what he has to say about the Stephon Diggs trade and how it came about. And, was it attached to the Vikings trade? Did you do the Vikings trade with the idea that there was going to be another move down the road? I don't know how much he'll divulge, but I'm confident we'll hopefully learn more today. We'll see. A year ago today, here were the odds on who the Texans were going to take with the number 2 overall pick. Tied at the top. At plus 250, 2.5 to 1. So this is a year ago today. Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud.
Oh,
the odds makers were not listening to all the pundits out there saying the Texans might not take a quarterback. Now they ended up getting both guys.
They were right. They did end up getting both guys. As far as who they would take with the number 2 overall pick, it feels like they were listening somewhat to a lot of the chatter that it might not be a quarterback at all.
Yeah.
So it's for him to be, for Will Anderson to be even odds with C.J. Stroud. Yeah, and it's funny because, this was after D'Amico had already said, we're going to take one of the 2 quarterbacks that are at the top of the draft.
Yeah.
He flat out said it.
Yeah.
He came out and he said it.
Yep.
And yet people were like, nope, they're going to take Will Anderson.
He said in March. He said it at the combine, it was crazy.
The problem was they weren't leaking anything.
No.
And agents weren't talking, and people started. I mean, CJ's agent couldn't talk because CJ himself didn't know what the Texans were thinking. I don't think David Mulligetta knew what the Texans were thinking. I think David Mulligetta, if I had to guess, he probably thought that the Texans might not go for one of his clients. Given that, for those of you who don't know, he is also Deshaun Watson's agent.
Yes.
He did try to help his client work his way out of his contract in Houston pretty aggressively. So, I think that led to the perfect storm where people just flat out weren't getting any information about what the Texans were going to do, so their imaginations ran wild.
Do you like covering a team whose front office is airtight like that, or would you rather, as a media member, would you rather there be some leaks just for content purposes?
I don't enjoy some of the either controversy or bad takes that it invites. Some of them my own.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm looking in the mirror right now.
Yeah. But I also think I got an appreciation for the fact that when there's a vacuum, somebody rushes to fill that vacuum. And I don't think a lot of them consciously realize they're doing it. But when they're not getting any information at all, their imaginations run wild.
Yes,
and all of a sudden, people become conspiracy theorists. And they start reading all the tea leaves and try to figure out this or that. Or, there are only so many guys at this pro day. Or they didn't send guys to this pro day. And it's just so it makes for in hindsight, kind of a fun circus environment. At the time, it never feels all that great.
Will Anderson plus 250. This is a year ago with the number 2 overall pick, the odds makers. Will Anderson, C.J. Stroud plus 250. Third on the board, Seth, at plus 350. Will Levis. Will Levis. Yep. Will Levis.
Show you really how garbage a lot of
He'll either go 2 or 33, one or the other.
Yeah, that one again with Will Levis. The weirdest thing for me was this is the first time I'd really gone in and just thought, with the quarterbacks, I try to, I understand. I try to take in all the opinions and everything. But when I started looking at these quarterbacks and watching them and watching complete games, I started wondering myself, all right, I don't pretend I'm a quarterback expert or anything, but I do not get it with Will Levis one bit. I just do not get it. So I went out trying to seek confirmation of some of the positive things we're saying about Will Levis, and I went and I looked at, it was anywhere from 8 to 11 former NFL quarterbacks and coaches, and I couldn't find a single one of them that actually liked Will Levis.
Wow.
And these are guys like Kurt Warner's breaking down the various quarterbacks and everything. Dan Orlovsky, Steve Smith did it too. I included him in it. And I couldn't find any of them that were as excited about Will Levis that you would think that he was worth a top 3 overall pick. So I was really confused, and then lo and behold, he just slides and slides and slides.
Yeah, it turns out your confusion was completely founded. It was completely valid.
I think one thing that happens with all these bloggers out there now that there's so many people writing about this stuff all the time, that there's just they don't vet their sources.
Yeah.
I think a lot of them just don't know or understand when they're being used or when they're being made fools of, and they end up writing a lot of silly stuff.
Well, as we learned from reading that Belichick article in ESPN, there's a lot of latitude these days with what qualifies as a source.
Right.
With Robert Kraft and Bill Belichick,
they cited
somebody
as
who knew a friend of this guy. Yeah.
It was literally somebody who talked to somebody who knows Bill Belichick pretty well.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so we're in the telephone game. We're the third telephone here. What the hell are you doing here?
It was wild. Yeah, it was wild. By the way, Tyree Wilson.
No, yeah, we're the fourth telephone.
Yeah, we're
because the first person hears something from Belichick. That's the first telephone. Dude. The second person is the person who hears the person who heard something from Belichick.
Yeah.
And then we got the three amigos from ESPN writing a story about it.
We're on the bad part of it, bro. Tyree Wilson, by the way, 4th on that odds board from a year ago, plus 400. Remember Tyree Wilson?
No comment.
Yeah, I don't know who he is.
Did he play football at all last year?
I don't know. Yeah, actually I did. I looked it up.
Honestly, this is one of the great moments in draft history when I thought that Tyree Wilson was a better fit for Will Anderson. And then on the very last day, between talking to Dr. Chow about Tyree Wilson's injury and talking to somebody else about his Will Anderson's character, I flipped.
Yeah.
12 hours before the draft.
Yeah, it happens, man.
To Will Anderson.
That's when this stuff happens. 12
I averted
hours.
Disaster, yes.
Yeah. Tyree Wilson played in all 17 games last year, started 0, 3.5 sacks. So there you go.
Depth
piece. That's not bad for a backup, Sean.
Yeah, I know. Depth piece. Certainly not rookie year material. Now, Brandon Scott is here. This time yesterday, we were in the midst of one of the greatest teases of all time with Brandon Scott saying that, I don't want to put words in your mouth, B. Scott. About OJ, you were watching some stuff about O.J. Simpson's death, and
so obviously I missed a step when I teased it, but it wasn't just his death, but his death, O.J. Simpson's death, led me to go back to one of the greater pieces of content that I've ever consumed in my life, and that's the OJ doc that they did. However many years ago that was now.
Made in America.
6 years, Made in America. However many years it's been since they did that.
Yep.
I watched it at the time, thought it was great, but I never revisited, rewatched it. But it's got rewatchability,
for
right?
sure.
So I went back and watched it, and I didn't remember the football part. So you got to remember with OJ, for me, the thing that I know the least about him
is his football.
Right. I just know the basics. Heisman Trophy winner, Hall of Famer, was great.
Yeah.
But I don't know the stories and narratives.
The late 60s, early 70s.
There's no reason for me to have a connection to that.
Right.
So when I went back and watched it, I became reacquainted with the storyline or the narrative that they at least put in the documentary.
Yeah.
And I found the documentary credible.
Yeah.
So if they tell me, hey, O.J. Simpson was looked at in his first couple of years as a disappointment.
Oh, that's right.
People were talking about O.J. Simpson as a bust. And why would I know something like that? So I'm like,
he averaged 3.7 yards per attempt his rookie year.
Right.
It was,
So the tease was that this O.J. doc made you think about Dameon Pierce.
Well, when I realized,
it's very jarring.
When I realized that O.J. wasn't an immediate hit, despite I thought, well, hey, we've got a running back here that people once thought highly about that we kind of just cast aside.
Yeah.
So to me, overall, it wasn't as much about OJ as it was a lesson in not giving up on young players.
Don't flush them too quickly.
Exactly.
I got you. Okay.
Don't dispose of them like a used glove or something.
Right. Or a sharp object. Yeah.
And certainly don't
Bruno Mali shoes.
Attack them or anything.
Right.
Or frame them. Don't do any of the things that were implied in the.
Did the rest of the documentary remind you of Ray Lewis?
None of it.
Okay.
None of it. None of it.
Is
Only
there any
the
Oscar
early part.
Pistoria in there?
There you go.
Was there, Damian Pierce and Oscar Pastoria?
Yeah. Same exact thing.
Let's compare them on stathead.com.
Felt so bad for a very nice young man to get drawn into that, which I would say is also OJ's fault.
Not enough to get him in the slime off, though, huh, Landry?
Nah. It was just a bad analogy, but
it was pretty good.
Okay.
It was pretty good.
Right. I feel like there's fluctuating thresholds for the slime off. I feel like you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a wrap.
Brandon
this year.
Scott, man.
I mean, parking and handicap got him in there. Brandon's in there.
That does not compare.
He says there's too many handicap parking spots upstairs, which he does make a case. There is like 12.
Yeah.
So
I'm right about that.
So he's. But I mean, I think Greg Doyle's in pretty good condition right now with the slime off. He's probably gonna run away.
It should be noted, I parked in the 10th open handicap spot, so there are 9 handicap spots. You get to the car.
Man.
You ever seen 10? You ever seen 10 people parked in those handicap spots
I barely
upstairs?
See 2.
Right. So at least I waited till the 9th.
But if you do it long enough, there's going to be some kind of meeting for like handicapped people at some point, and like you're going to be the guy that. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't know, man.
No. We're all gonna have to take a course on the HR portal about parking in a handicap
because of
spot.
Brandon.
With actors with that bad decision guy in the bathrobe and whatnot.
Yeah, the bathrobe guy would definitely be parked in the handicap
That's a long walk to the building.
And see, I thought of this, which is why I only did it on Tuesday, didn't do it Wednesday, and didn't do it today.
Fair.
What? Because the handicap don't work on Tuesday? Nice, Brandon.
No, because I was peer pressured into y'all's fake moral outrage about it, and I decided not to do it again.
Good job.
I'm gonna call you Brandon Greg Doyle Scott from now on.
All right, we're done. We're out of time. Antibodies to you, Seth. Appreciate it.
Antibodies and just the appropriate parking.
Thank you. We appreciate that. You're listening to KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. In the Loop, Landry Locker, Brandon Scott in for John Lopez. Figgy Fig is here. They start now.
All right, we're 1 week away from the draft.
I'm ready.
1 week away. We're going to hear from Nick Caserio at 11 o'clock. What will he say? I think it's going to be processes, all that type of stuff. We'll hear. We'll
take the information, process it.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't make them sound like a buzzkill, because I am as up for this as I've been all draft season. So don't make him sound like a buzzkill.
It's all about making your team better. Nah, he's feeling it, man. We'll see how it goes. I'm very excited to hear what he has to say. Nick Caserio. Astros yesterday. I don't even know. Like, do we have to kick people in the nuts and tell them that the Astros are in a weird spot? 6-14. I'm more excited about Justin Verlander tomorrow and just seeing what he's got. I mean, that's really. I'm gonna look ahead. I'm gonna take this first 1/8 of the season, and I'm going to put it to the side. Justin Verlander's up. They sent down Forrest Chump, so Forrest Chump is down. Run, Forrest, run back to minor leagues where you belong. He's gone. And we'll get to watch Verlander tomorrow. I'm just going to sit here and appreciate it. It is what it is.
I get it, but you're telling me that the most exciting part of the baseball team here in Houston right now is an injured, ailing 41-year-old starter?
Yes, I am.
Yikes.
That is exactly what I'm saying.
Life comes at you fast as hell, man. Because, I can't disagree with you. Like,
that's what I'm saying.
I can't disagree with you. But at the same time, what a sad place to be. And then also with me and Verlander, like, I'm not sure if that's enough. We talked to Spo yesterday, and he mentioned, like, yeah, he's gonna come out there and more than likely give you a quality start, give you, a professional outing or something like that is how he worded it. But is that enough? Like, is that enough to even, like, I know that helps, but they're so bad right now. They're so disjointed. They've got so many different holes and ailments throughout their roster, how it's constructed, and how they're playing right now.
You're doing it.
I don't know if that's going to be enough.
You're doing it. You're kicking people in the nuts.
I just don't want to give them false hope. Like, hey, Justin Verlander, 41-year-old ailing Justin Verlander gets here.
It's more about just enjoying it.
Yeah.
Well, than enjoying what Justin Verlander once was, what he's done for you, all that type of stuff. It's not about, oh, yeah, this is a real reason for hope. That's where we are.
But all the other times when we've enjoyed the Justin Verlander experience, we weren't talking about being at the very bottom of the AL West standings. We weren't talking about being the second worst team
You're doing it, B-Scott.
in all of the American League.
You're doing it.
Hate to spit that real.
Yeah, just
hate to spit that real to y'all.
Let him be. 6-14.
That's where we are.
You know, how about I just tell
And by the
public
way,
that to look at the back of the baseball cards and everything will be okay.
Oh, yeah, which
maybe that's what I should do.
Yeah, and that manager they got is the biggest puppet that this town has had since David Culley.
Not a great moment.
He sucks.
Not a great moment.
The thing is that he might not have a roster to work with, but even if he did, they would be fighting an uphill battle because he's a puppet. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if Jeff Bagwell was a part of the process of bringing him in. He's a puppet. This Joe Espada guy, yeah. Not great.
Part of the process of hiring Joe Espada? Jeff Bagwell?
Yeah.
Dude,
yeah.
Of course he was.
Yeah, there you go.
That's the brain trust.
That's it right there. And he's repeating the company line, talking about the back of the baseball card. Unbelievable. So we have that. We have the draft a week away. Nick Caserio gonna speak. Texans, no first-round pick. This is an interesting draft because I really don't know if listing needs is even a necessity at this point, especially without a first-round pick. I almost think you have to reevaluate after day one and figure out what the hell am I going to do? Because you're at the mercy of day one. You got to sit back and watch. Listing needs for me is not even a necessity until after, and then you can see what the opportunities are and all that. But like normally you'll list 3 needs. I'm not to the point where I'm even worried about listing needs until day one concludes in a week.
Well, I thought that immediately after they traded out of the first round, even before Stephon Diggs became part of the equation, I figured, hey, if you follow what people are saying about the draft, they'll say, hey, it's somewhat top heavy with some guys that could be stars, but then throughout it's just a bunch of like decent players. Like I don't know if you needed to necessarily even be in the first round to get a good player. That to me is what the trade told me initially, and I still think that. So, I'm not as focused on need as much as I'm focused on. You hear them talk about value. What's the value for the type of player that you're going to be, type of players that you're going to be able to find in that second round, day 2, day 3. The depth of the draft is the more fascinating part, which, maybe that's not as fun for a lot of people. They want to just see the big top names, but I think specifically for the Texans, the depth of the draft is what's going to be most fascinating.
Yeah, the depth.
They'll be able to get good players past the second round, more than likely.
Well, I also think there's a certain amount of trust now that wasn't the case a year ago, where you're not necessarily pounding the table because it took I'll put it this way. It took a very short time for the Texans to earn trust and earn the benefit of the doubt. And I think, on the other hand, if we want to connect it to the previous best team on town, it took very short time for them to ruin trust. I mean, and that's where the Astros are right now. I mean, you got some guy walking around being baseball hardo and talking about why he likes Abreu and baseball cards, and now here you are with the manager that's saying the same thing that thing was saying. So I think it's taken a short time for the Texans. I mean, I say short. I mean, obviously there was a process and there was a lot of distrust, but I don't trust the Astros right now, and I trust the Texans, and it's amazing where they've come in a short time.
Think about it. Why would you trust them at this point? Like, we get the success that they've had. We all have been here to experience it. We understand the background. But why? Like, this is back-to-back off seasons now that have either been botched or at the very least questionable on how they were handled. And we talk about Bagwell. He's the face of it, but it's not even like it's just Jeff Bagwell. Jim Crane right now has a brain trust of old fogey baseball players that are influencing the decisions, and the folks that are actually supposed to be the decision makers. You use the word puppet, but I would say figureheads. They feel like figureheads.
Listen to Jeff Bagwell. This after Abreu was signed, and this is him explaining to you why this is such a great move.
I'm just a voice of how I see baseball and how I see the other things in baseball that just aren't numbers. Numbers are important, don't get me wrong, but there's other things that matter, and that's part of the reason why Jose is a perfect fit.
Okay, thanks, sir. Then when the struggles happened, he said, look at the baseball card. And then yesterday, this was a low point. I think Ari Alexander asked the question. This was Joe Espada
Keep in mind, Jeff Bagwell said that Jose Abreu was going to be fine because you could look at the back of the baseball card. Said about Montero. Here was Joe Espada yesterday being asked by KPRC why he's confident that Jose Abreu is going to be good.
History, the back of his baseball card.
Oh, thanks, man. Thanks,
he can do
Puppet.
it.
Thanks, Puppet. Tell Kermit and Miss Piggy I said hey. Here's my question, though.
Dude, so bad.
Because we had a big sample size of what Jose Abreu was last year, and there were warning signs. And it killed momentum, and I think the spirit of the Astros has been crushed by it. Is there anything that the Texans could ignore that would put them in position, maybe not this costly, but put them in position to ignoring something that they had like a whole sample size of last year, and they just decided to roll with it? I'll start with Dameon Pierce and Jalen Petrie, because Dameon Pierce last year was unplayable. Unplayable. Like, that's not me making something up. Like, they couldn't play him. They didn't trust him. Jalen Petrie got benched at one point. Is it possible that the Texans, as they head into the draft, that they perhaps ignore those types of things, and we find ourselves, what are we, 1/8 into the season, so a couple games into the Texans season, we find ourselves saying, damn, maybe we should have taken into account what we saw in 2023, and it could have prevented us from deja effing vuing in 2024.
The names you mentioned off top were Dameon Pierce and Jalen Petrie. That didn't surprise me, but I thought another one was coming. I thought a different one was coming. I'll throw at you. Titus Howard. To me, that's one. I think last year is actually an example of it more so than anything, and it's something to put a pin in for next year, because I know you and Lopez and many others have their questions on, like, how good of a player is this exactly, especially since they had him playing out of position for as long as they did last year. But to me, last year is an example. Him playing guard, it's not like we had never seen him play guard before. He had done that before and not been good, and they still thought it wise to put him there, or that he was their most versatile offensive lineman and could actually play there. And to me, it's just a blind spot. That would be one. It ain't the football card. I don't know. It can't be tape. I don't know exactly what it is that makes them think that, his size or what. But this idea that Titus Howard is anything but a tackle, that for me has to end. Like, we've got to be done with it. Got to be done with it. If Titus Howard is, for whatever reason, not good enough to still play tackle, then you need a new tackle. If you don't have the left guard situation figured out, it ain't Titus Howard as the answer. You need to figure out something else at left guard. Like, that to me feels like a blind spot for them.
Yeah, I don't think you can base it on investment.
Oh, and I hope they don't.
Yeah, I keep hearing that. I don't either, but I always hear people bring up the investment thing, and it's like, man, that shouldn't matter. Especially on a team like this where there's no significant salaries, but the investment doesn't matter. I mean, I do think it matters with Abreu. I do think the fact they're paying him damn near $20 million, I do think that has some reasoning on top of not really building much depth. But yeah, there it is. On the text line, 281, Landry, you really don't like him, huh? Why the hell would I like Joe Espada? Like, honestly, like, even if you just want to not have, like, a strong opinion on it, why would I like Joe Espada?
He was a likable dude before that comment yesterday. He's a nice guy. I told you that earlier.
What's likable about him?
I told you, he's a nice guy.
Who gives a damn?
I'm just saying.
Did you like David Culley?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I liked him a lot.
Yeah, I'm just basing him on performance. Like, why? Well,
that's different.
What's there to like about Joe Espada? Why would you like him? What's so good about Joe Espada?
Yeah. Nice guy.
He interviewed with some squads. That's sick. How many hired him? How many jobs did he get offered?
You didn't like him before he had coached a damn game. So
I don't like lazy hires. I'm not a fan of that. I support,
but that would also be a Jim Crane / Astros brain trust issue.
I support being proactive. I support being proactive. That's what I support. I support proactive adjustments, proactive stuff. But why would I like Joe Espada? What's there to like? He's cool. He's nice. That's cool. I don't need a nice guy.
People in the clubhouse like him.
Okay. I'm sure they do. I like my substitute teacher that comes in and I can spit wads all day too and read my comic book. I love that. I mean, have you ever heard someone in school say, yeah, I hate that. Oh, damn, we got that substitute. We got Mr. Johnson coming in, looking like Poindexter, going up to the class and spit wads and notes are being passed around and I'm not getting my work done and I fail a test because the guy doesn't get me ready.
I mean, you explaining it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you like that guy.
Yeah.
You do.
That's what Joe Espada is.
So, yeah, exactly. Likable dude. Yeah. Likable dude, but 6-14, repeating.
Baseball card.
Repeating tired-ass tropes about like the base. You know what bothered me most about it? It's not even that he repeated it, but the fact that he repeated it shows that he didn't.
That's a talking point.
Or that he didn't think that was just as ridiculous as the rest of us. You know, like I don't know if he's been ordered to regurgitate that, but the fact that he would means that he either has been ordered to, or he just simply thought that was a dope line, and it ain't. It ain't, dude. Like that hit for you.
Baseball card.
That troubles me.
That's the new "It All Matters" for me. And bringing it full circle, the Texans, whenever they were at their lowest point, and the Astros aren't going to get that low, I don't think. And if they do, it's going to be a few years away. But when the Texans were at their lowest point, they had some bald, sociopathic, schematic POS wandering around, putting TJ Maxx signs all over the place, doing things, and then wiping his hands of it, having his cake and eating it too. Having other guys take the fault. Like I'm talking about Joe Espada right now. It all started with Bagwell and Crane. And his thing was "It All Matters." He had it on the scoreboard. And really what "It All Matters" really meant is I can say that it all matters because the most significant things that I'm screwing up, I can blame other people. That's what the baseball card thing is now. It's not, and here's the thing about a baseball card, and I think this is the most symbolic thing about the Astros. And we'll get into the Texans. Should wide receiver be in play? What wide receivers would be worth taking at 42? We'll get into that in a sec. But here's the reality, and this is why the baseball card thing is kind of symbolic of where the Astros are at. Because there's no denying what the Astros have done for us recently. But that's the past.
Yeah.
When you look at a baseball card, it's telling you about the past.
Yeah.
It's not telling you about the future. It's telling you about the past.
And they were also popularized in a time where you didn't always have real-time stats that could tell you about the present and help you predict the future.
And that's the thing that is wild is did Joe Espada go buy a box of 2023 tops and just completely ignore the 2023 season? Like what base did he get the baseball card before? Is this the pack that they handed out on opening day last season?
Dude, you joking, but you're hitting on something.
No, I'm just saying, like where's
real talk? Honestly, when Jeff Bagwell said it, I thought it was just a talking point. It was just like a throwaway line. Like we laughed at it, we were like that, that's weird, whatever. But now that Joe Espada has repeated it, now I've got the visual. Like I'm just picturing them with a laminated baseball cards, just going through their damn baseball card book. Like that's the picture I have now. Just like Joe Espada, Jim Crane, and Jeff Bagwell and Reggie Jackson just in a room flipping through baseball cards. That's what's running your team right now.
Yeah,
that's what it feels like.
It sucks. It's not fun. Coming up next, wide receiver. When does wide receiver make sense? At 42, you look at it now, you think it looks good, but wide receiver, a few names to keep an eye on when it comes to the Texans potentially adding even more talent at the wide receiver position next.
Coach D'Amico's preaching humility and hard work.
Iggy has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your channel, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Is wide receiver a possibility for the Houston Texans? Could they be drafting a wide receiver at 42? If you look at the depth at wide receiver, just for the upcoming season, you might say that that's crazy. But is there a scenario for you where at 42, whether it's someone sliding, whatever, is there a scenario for you where drafting a wide receiver would make sense for the Texans?
Not just a scenario. I just think that flat out, it does make sense. And it's not, for me, it has just as much to do about the supply, the field, what's going to actually be there as it does the demand. Like, the demand is underrated, and you just illustrated it. Like, they've got receivers 1 through 3. Hell, yeah, I'd even say 1 through 4 if you want to throw Noah Brown in there as your 4th receiver. I think that's strong. I feel like that can rival any other in the league if it's not the best. Maybe it is. But you got to keep in mind that Noah Brown, Nico Collins, Stephon Diggs, all of these guys are short-timers for now. Until you hear about an extension or something else develops, they are on this team just for this year. So what's the long-term play? How do you plan around or for their potential departures? And it's a lot of dudes that's going to be available to you that I think are reasonable to pick at 42. You can talk about all the other needs around the team, but this is probably an underrated need and an obvious issue here of supply. There's just so many receivers here for you to pick from.
I think if we just look at what's going on in the league and what happens in the league, it seems like every other year there seems to be a urgent / proactive attempt to not pay wide receivers top dollar. Like every year you see, like that's where you see you see guys become elite, and then all of a sudden, as soon as they're getting paid, they're gone. They get traded. We've heard the Tyreek Hill example, Devontae Adams. There's talk about Jefferson and Lamb now, and there's theories that you just can't pay both of them. There's also like an influx of talent at wide receiver because teams are throwing the ball more. It's a position where it's not like running back where you're using maybe 1 or 2 a game in a perfect world. I mean, there's games where 4 wide receivers are making significant plays that help you win games. And when you factor in injuries and you push them up the depth chart, it just kind of increases. So I don't think as much as if you just told me that the world was going to end as soon as the Texans season ended this year, if you told me that this is the last year of football ever, maybe you could convince me to eliminate the possibility of drafting a wide receiver. But given the fact that we don't believe that to be the case, given the fact that that's where we're at, I don't think you can ever, and I don't think you should ever eliminate the possibility of drafting a wide receiver, especially if, let's say, a Ladd McConkey, Adonai Mitchell, some people like Xavier Worthy. I'm not as high on him, but if he falls to 42, then you definitely got to consider that. I don't think what the NFL is and with what teams are doing, I don't think you should ever. There's some positions you can eliminate, but I don't think you should ever eliminate the possibility of drafting a wide receiver in today's NFL.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but I would also point out the specific and very special scenario that the Texans have right now on having not just a quarterback on a rookie deal, quarterback that you haven't paid yet, but a quarterback you legit believe in, like a quarterback you legit believe is already either elite or has elite traits, the ability to become elite. However you stand on C.J. Stroud, it's a damn positive feeling. So it's like what has been a lot of the narrative and discussion that we've had throughout this offseason, whether it be free agency or the draft. Hey, let's lean into building around these cornerstone players who are still relatively cheap compared to how productive they are on the defensive side with Will Anderson. We talked about that. Hey, man, let's get as many ballers around Will Anderson as you possibly can, especially while you don't have to pay him top dollar yet. And C.J. Stroud to like an even greater degree. It's like, hey, why not, while you're in the position to do so, before you have to do the thing that you know you're going to have to do, why not load up on weapons? Like it to me, it's just an obvious play. You've got this dude who is, a surgeon back there in the pocket. Why would you want to limit what kind of weapons you got? And then you also got to be thinking toward the future.
Yeah, and wide receivers heck, if you find someone like Tank Dell next year, maybe you let Nico walk. I'm not saying that's ideal, but if you find someone that performs at that level, and let's say he fills in nicely for Nico, maybe you let him walk, and maybe you have a cheap wide receiver. I just don't think of all the positions, that's not the position that you ever eliminate wide receiver. It's always got to be somewhat of a possibility, and I think there's some scenarios in which could very well happen. Wouldn't quite sleep on it.
But even if you pay Nico, let's say you don't let Nico walk, you pay Nico. Are you still paying? Are you going to pay Stephon Diggs again? Like you're probably going to let at least one of those dudes walk, and then you're back to the same exact scenario next year as you were. Then now you could say, hey, we'll just draft a wide receiver next year, but why not already have one in house, especially with this surplus of dudes that that really fit for you, that could probably fit for you. Like, to me, you got to think of both of it. Hey, I could lose one or both of these guys, Nico and Stephon Diggs, and then what are we talking about? So, like, to me, it's just as much about, hey, what if I let Nico walk? What if I let Stephon Diggs walk? Are we comfortable with just saying, hey, and obviously Noah Brown's going to be a free agent. Are we comfortable with just saying, hey, Nico and Tank got this? Or would you rather have some young talent? You got to think toward the future, man. This is a bigger play. I mean, this can help you this year and in the future. Whereas these other guys we're talking about are only guaranteed to you now.
Got to be proactive, for sure. I also wonder if perhaps the biggest move that the Texans could make, Landry Locker, B. Scott, Figgy Fig with you, could actually be after the draft. And once things kind of get shaped up, if we see the Texans revisit this safety market and maybe then they go look at a Justin Simmons. After the draft is shaped up, when less teams need safeties, maybe we see the Texans kind of revisit that market after the fact. You see if there's a safety that's there that you like. If not, maybe you get back in that market. I could easily see a scenario where that happens, where they're back in the safety market, but you want to wait till after the draft before you make that move.
Yeah, which basically means, and this isn't exactly what you said, but that basically means you're already in the safety market. If you've got an eye toward it in the future, and hey, maybe it says something to you that a player of Justin Simmons' caliber, for example, has not been signed, since he was released. Like maybe that's exactly the sweet spot, the right time to pull the plug on that or pull the trigger on that. And we can't ignore, we talked about this yesterday, I don't think we can ignore the question marks that you got at safety. Like Jimmy Ward, closer to our age than he is the rookies that's coming in. Jalen Petrie, we talked about that. So, yeah, no, I think that it's an obvious need, an obvious upgrade. I'm honestly shocked that they hadn't brought in Justin Simmons already. So I'll be looking for that.
Yeah, I think it's something to keep an eye on. I know Mark Schler talked to Sean about it, and they threw it out there. Nick Caserio speaking at 11. Coming up next, AFC South's most awkward reporter was in.
Dare I say, it's new-timey. It's the flavor you grew up with, just all grown up. Head over to your local Wendy's establishment and get yours while supplies last. The new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. Here for the now, for now.
Limited time only at participating Wendy's.
Leasing a car has never been easier. Call our friends at D&M Leasing to learn more about Easy Lease from D&M.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, so there was a awkward moment last year with the Indianapolis Colts. Shane Steichen, he was wearing the Crucial Catch hoodie that the NFL puts out. It's kind of a colorful one. It's talking about catching cancer early. And there was a reporter named Greg Doyle, who's, my gosh, I mean, this guy, a very self-important journalist. I guess he looked at the sweater and thought that it was a rainbow or something and thought that Shane Steichen was making some sort of statement. And this is what the back and forth between Greg Doyle and Shane Steichen sounded like.
Are you a hockey fan, and B, if you're trying to make an unspoken symbolic gesture, I'm ruining it for you by asking you what's with the sweatshirt? What's that? What's with the sweatshirt?
The sweatshirt? The Colt sweatshirt?
Is that a rainbow?
Yeah, that's the Crucial Catch.
Oh, okay.
Got it, Greg.
All right, there you go. So that was a little bit awkward. I guess he was trying to tee Shane Steichen up. Not sure what was going on, but it kind of went under the radar a little bit.
That was him, and I'm not saying you need to be locked into the Crucial Catch initiative, but that was just him flat out being unprepared and ignorant. Like, the whole league was wearing that color. The whole league, for whatever week that was.
They actually advertised that.
Yeah.
They advertised on commercials, during the games, all that stuff.
It was what we would call a thing. So he looked like not just slimebally, but kind of like just straight up dumb in that moment. Like, you look dumb.
Yeah, for sure.
In that moment.
Like, dog, do you watch the games? Do you watch sports?
Do you football, bro? Do you NFL, bro?
Then you had yesterday, and this was insane. And you know how you know when you're either thriving or you effed up? When the correct spelling of your name and incorrect spelling of your name are two of the top 5 trending topics in the country.
Ooh, yeah.
He spells it with 2 G's, Gregg, Doyle.
Greg.
That was trending, and then Greg with 1 G was trending. That's when you know you did something awkward. And yesterday, Caitlin Clark, she was introduced to the Indianapolis media types after being the number 1 pick in the WNBA draft, and Greg Doyle, this is a low point even for him. And he said he's doing something. He's doing the heart that she does when she walks off the court after games, which we're about to learn is something that she does to her family as she's walking off the court. Here was Greg Doyle, Indianapolis Colts / reporter up there in Indy, breaking the internet yesterday.
Hi, Caitlin. Greg Doyle, Indy Star. Real quick, let me do this.
You like that?
I like that you're here. I like that you're here.
I do that at my family after every game, so.
Okay, well, let's start doing it to me, and we'll get along just fine. So.
Okay. As you can imagine, the reaction was pretty wild for Greg Doyle. He's got a history of very polarizing. It's kind of like the holier than thou journalistic approach. What was going on there?
Dude. But that's the thing about it. He's supposed to have the holier than thou journalistic approach, but what's all of that sideshow commentary of giving her the hard, like it's what it clearly is. And I'm just not really thinking about it as we play the audio. That's really just a bunch of kiss ass, let me be, what he was trying to go for, and it ended up backfiring on him because, obviously now it's a little bit of a controversy. But I think he was trying to endear himself to Caitlin Clark and be somebody. I do feel like people go to some of these press conferences and really want to stand out. Like, hey, how can I tell this reporter's face from the next? Oh, they asked me that silly question or that really good question, whatever the case may be.
Or try to start a joke or something.
Yeah, they want to stand out at the press conference and be somebody that, especially if it's somebody that you're just now initially meeting, want to be somebody that you remember for the next time you see him. That's my guess of what he was going for. But
Yikes. Then my man wrote a column about it and teased a column while all the smoke was going on. And he wrote a column about this whole thing. Here, read you this column right here because it's kind of short. What are you shaking your head at, Fig?
I hate when people do this, man. That's like when somebody...
This is going for clicks.
Exactly. That's like when people have a viral tweet and then under it, follow my Instagram.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, follow this. Oh, yeah, I make shirts, too.
Yeah,
and
then
tweets.
that follow-up tweet don't ever even have nothing to do with the actual...
Exactly.
So tell me if this is an acceptable apology. I'm devastated to realize I'm part of the problem. I screwed up Wednesday during my first interaction with number 1 overall pick Caitlin Clark with the Indiana Fever. What happened was the most me thing ever in one way. I'm sort of known locally, for having awkward conversations with people before asking brashly controversial questions. I've done this for years with Colts coaches Chuck Pagano, Frank Reich, and Shane Steichen. I've done it with Purdue players Carson Edwards and Zach Edey. I did it with IU's Romeo Langford, talking to them as people, not athletes. Notice something about all these names. They're all men. On one hand, yes, absolutely, male and female athletes should be treated the same. I'm talking about coverage, respect, compensation, terminology, you name it. Stories have been written about idiots who say or act otherwise. And then along comes a story about another insensitive man, which goes viral on media, and I decided to write about that idiot, me. What I've learned is that I need to be more aware about how I talk to people, not just athletes. I realized only after my exchange with Clark went viral and I navigated the first 2 stages of grief during discussion with the people that I care most about. So he went through grief? Yeah. Denial. 1, I didn't do anything wrong. I gave Caitlin her signature heart-shaped hand gesture as a way of introducing myself and welcoming her to town. I did this during a nationally televised press conference. What kind of idiot acts creepy on television? Parentheses, me. Number 2, anger. This is how I talk to everyone. Had that been a male equivalent arriving to energize the team in town since I've been here, the closest thing to Indianapolis had is quarterback Anthony Richardson. I'd have shown him a heart gesture and reiterated, I like that you were here. This is where I was convinced I was harmless and right when a woman I deeply respect told me, quote, but Caitlin Clark is a young woman and you don't have talk to a young woman the same way you would a young man. And my heart dropped because now I saw it. After years of being so sure I was on the right side of these arguments, I was now on the wrong side. And for the oldest reason to man to woman, ignorance. You can say that's absurd. That I should have known better, and I do, but here we are. I was just doing what I do, talking to another athlete, another person, and didn't see the line. Didn't even know there was a line in the vicinity until I crossed it. In my haste to be clever, to be familiar and welcoming, or so I thought, I offended Caitlin and her family. After going through denial and anger, I'm on the wrong side of this. Question mark. I now realize what I said and how I said it was wrong. I mean it was just wrong. Clark, I'm sorry.
What?
This guy's weird, man. He's legit weird.
Weird doesn't even... Weird would be a compliment. Like, weird doesn't even begin to, like, you want to talk about being self-absorbed and self-involved? I don't know. I don't know if I know anybody like this. Who is this self-absorbed and self-involved?
Oh, they're digging up his tweets now. Some of the stuff that he said about a LeBron column that he put out. Some of the stuff that he said about Carson Wentz back when he was with the Colts. Lot of strange behavior here.
He embarrassed himself and then wrote a column about himself. He's a narcissist.
You know what I'm waiting for? I'm waiting for the mental health claim in 2 weeks. It's dropping.
Well, he said he already told you that he went through grief.
Yeah, it's dropping.
Oh yeah, that's the breadcrumb.
Got to get my headspace right. It's coming.
That is the breadcrumb right there. But no, this is self-absorbed, self-involved,
wild,
narcissistic, and weird. Weird would describe it too.
And then he's talking about they deserve fair. He's pandering there too. It's very disingenuous.
This man is either in his 40s or 50s and is just now learning, apparently yesterday or the day before, that don't talk to men and women necessarily the same.
Do you?
Is he new?
Could you see any scenarios like this playing out locally?
The beginning of it.
Not as bad, but just the awkwardness.
The awkwardness in the beginning of it, absolutely. But there wouldn't be no follow-up column and all of this extra stuff. There wouldn't be any of that. But could I, and I don't even think it would be sexist either, but could I see somebody trying to do something like that would be endearing to a new star athlete and as a way to stand out at a press conference? 100%. I just don't think this person is a narcissist and is as self-absorbed as Greg Doyle clearly is.
What, you talking about McClain with Amy Adams Stank or something?
Nope.
Oh,
nope.
okay.
But that's a good candidate. That's a good candidate. Hey, can I give you a hint? He's got the same first name but spells it properly as this guy.
Okay. Greg? Oh, okay. Who knows? Let's hear from Nick Caserio. He spells his name correctly. Nick Caserio, we're 1 week away from the draft. Let's hear what the GM of the Houston Texans has to say, and perhaps he will give us some clues. We're going to hear from Nick Caserio 1 week away from the draft next.
Payne and Pendergast.
This is where I will give Joe Espada credit. Not every decision he's made has been the right one, but Dusty kept Jose Abreu at cleanup in the 5-hole for the first 2 months of the season while he had an OPS in the 500s. Mm-hmm. Joe Espada is looking at things quickly here and go, no, you're in the 8-hole. And the only reason you're not in the 9-hole is because we don't want to bat you in front of Jose Altuve.
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning on Sports Radio 610.
From the Bell Furniture, I'm Vita Bell, Price's Traffic Center. Emergency crews still dealing with an earlier heavy truck accident over on the East Loop northbound at Turning Basin, still blocking a right and a center lane. That traffic really slowing you down from 25. Cloudy this afternoon, high of 88. It's 79 degrees right now. I'm Amelia Escobar, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. If the Boston Celtics don't reach the NBA Finals, it's going to be an all-time letdown for the venerable franchise. We saw the Sixers gut their way past the Heat last night, despite Joel Embiid feeling the effects of a knee injury. Then Miami's Jimmy Butler gets hurt, Giannis is banged up, the Knicks have injuries. At full strength, the Celtics are the best team. With the current state of the conference, they have no excuse not to reach the Finals. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Kids nationwide are running to the YMCA for our annual Healthy Kids Day, Saturday, April 20th at a YMCA near you. Hop, skip, and jump over to your local Y for a day-long event of fun-filled activities and lifelong memories for kids of all ages. Healthy Kids Day at the Y starts at 10 a.m. on April 20th and is completely free and open to the public. Learn more and RSVP at ymcahouston.org/HKD. See you soon.
That bell is the sound of justice. If you and your family has been injured in a car accident or a construction accident, call our office. We recently had a case of a young lady who was hit by an 18-wheeler. She was a passenger. She was hurt, went to the hospital, went into a coma, and suffered a serious brain injury. The insurance company refused to pay. We fought for her. It took us several years, and we recently got a $9 million settlement for her and her family.
Call 713-349-1500. That's 713-349-1500.
And if you've been injured in a construction accident, you should call us immediately. We recently had a